Indeed live. I believe we are indeed live according to OBS and YouTube Studio. So welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are in Age of Wonders 4 with the ABCs of Age of Wonders 4. So this is going to be a game where we are going to go over like a lot of detail. This is going to be sort of like an over-explained, except it's going to be an over-explained where we're doing it with Chosen Destroyers, because I think that's fun. And you know, like, you can take some of the learnings from this and apply it to a normal campaign. If you want to apply, like, what I'm teaching you here, but see something that's a little more normal, then just watch one of the other live streams. I just feel like burning down cities today, and that's what we're going to do. But before we get down to the business of burning down some cities, why don't we talk a little bit about like what you can build in a city if you aren't an insane warlord hellbent on just killing a couple of free cities and then whatever AI is laying around. So when you found a city in Age of Wonders 4, your capital actually starts with more than just a town center. Your capital is going to start with a couple of pieces of core infrastructure that add siege defense to your capital, so that way an opponent can't, you know, just like declare war on you with a scout and take your capital and then you're dead. Rather, you do have some things that defend you, but you don't have any civilian infrastructure. And civilian infrastructure, when it comes to scaling your economy up in Age of Wonders 4, is important. We did highlight in one of our previous videos that, like, you know, there's a pretty big difference between a city-oriented economy and like a map or military-oriented economy. You kind of have to have both going on at the same time, so like that is sort of an artificial distinction, but some cities are better at building up their economy on their own, and I think that talking about the things that you want to build whenever you're in the process of building up a city is actually going to be useful. So when you found a city, you start with Town Hall 1. This is your town center. This is the thing that's going to begin the development of your city itself. You get 20 draft income, 10 city stability, 30 food income, and 20 production income. Note, you're not getting any sort of global bonuses out of founding a city yet. That's not necessarily a problem, because each city is going to start with this massive bonus of 30 food income. This with the changes to the way that food income is calculated and like how much food you need in order to grow a population means that you typically need 3 turns in order to grow your first pop, and then your first pop will probably pick up maybe a farm and then get a boost on a workshop and switch around and blah 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 blah. But like, you're gonna get some population relatively quickly with a city whenever you found it, and so that's like why whenever you're trying to address what do you do with your Imperium in Age of Wonders 4, I do think that one of the things that a lot of multiplayer people do is they do get their second city generally before they get their second hero, simply because like the second hero, we've demonstrated here, there are ways to like scale up that second hero without actually having to recruit it. If you get it out of the secret wonder, which Maya, have you watched Winslay's videos? Do you have all of those ancient wonders that you can clear for free memorized? Because I know what they look like, and I feel like I probably need to write like an exclusionary note, because it seems like it's mostly there's one of each of those types that you can't clear for free, but there's a lot of different types of wonders that you can clear for free in Age of Wonders 4. And that's really good for you, but one of them gives you access to like a very, very powerful hero with a bunch of items. You can also just recruit a level 3 hero off of a free city. So like there are ways to scale your hero up if you don't literally control it, whereas if you have your city down and growing, you're getting all of this stuff right away. So one thing that I generally recommend that people build very, very early, if not the literal first thing that they build in their city, is their workshop or their workshop replacement. So you'll note here that the workshop is a base piece of infrastructure, requires a boost for 1 farm. So we've talked a lot about boosts, but we haven't really like exactly highlighted it. What you need for the boost is you need this piece of infrastructure in your city as a tile that it's picked up. Your basic city with 1 population has no worked tiles, therefore it has no extra boosts that it can provide. But what you can do in Age of Wonders 4 is you can start a farm, then you start building your base workshop. If you're playing with, you know, High and they get their boost from Quarry, or you're playing with Primals and they get their boost from Forester, then like the way that you do this is pretty meaningfully different. But if you're playing with one of the other factions, you pick up a farm, you start working on a workshop. And what this will do is it'll give you more production income. Now, production income, we did talk about this when we were talking about the thing that comes after a workshop, the stonemason themselves. The stonemason also gives you production income, and so like, given that I recommend starting with a workshop, why am I not such a big fan of the stonemason itself? Well, it's because of the time it takes to pay itself back, because you got to remember that this is going to be a boost that's going to give you minus 30% on the costs of building this workshop. So this is not 130 production. This is Walker, you could have opened calculator. I know you could have. You have Chrome open. They just didn't. All right. 130 times 0.7 is 91 production on that workshop, and then that workshop is generating 10 production income per turn. So it only takes like 9-ish turns to pay itself back, roughly, whereas the stonemason, if you do the same calculation, you get 175 production cost divided by 15. It takes like more like 12 turns to pay itself back in terms of its production, and critically, the workshop gives you draft. So draft is going to be a big problem for us in this game. Draft is something that you get generally, you got 20 from every city that you build, 20 from every city that you build. So how much infrastructure does Chosen Destroyers need to build in their capital in order to make the same amount of draft? So draft is the resource that's used for producing units in Age of Wonders 4. One thing that does help rush or like military oriented strategies a lot in this in this game versus like Planetfall is that you can produce things like both buildings and units at the same time. They just use different resources, and draft is the thing used to make units. This is very, very powerful, but unfortunately the piece after the workshop is the blacksmith. This thing is also very powerful. 20 draft income is the same amount that you get on a town hall, but as we noted with the cost of the stonemason, a 30% discount on 250 production is still not going to make this thing free. This is a really, really premium, very powerful, but very expensive piece of infrastructure. Sometimes you delay picking up a blacksmith. I don't think you want to delay picking blacksmith for too long. I think that one thing that you can definitely do is just get a blacksmith in your capital and then, fill in the blanks elsewhere. Because you're not going to be producing like tons and tons of units on turn 40 in every single city. Like some cities just are going to have better developed infrastructure than others. But like you do need to get this down. But this is going to be one of the goals for Chosen Destroyers. If you want to keep up with other players, because they are going to naturally be getting the resources of having a city with 20 draft in it very, very early, and you can't, you do need to prioritize this. And that's strange in comparison to like normal priority. So like normal priority that we talk about in Age of Wonders 4 is just prioritizing your knowledge. Knowledge is the resource that's used to do research in Age of Wonders 4, and same in Age of Wonders 4 is in like every 4X game. Guess what? When research uses points, as opposed to just like actions in like Twilight Imperium or whatever, research is really good. It scales up everything. It scales up the infrastructure that you can build. It scales up the military units that you can build. In Age of Wonders 4, it also gives you access to spells and enchantments and all sorts of great stuff. And so like research is really, really critical. You really should not undermine research whenever it comes to your build path in Age of Wonders 4, kind of like regardless of what you're doing. If you're not getting an Arcane Institute in your capital city until like turn 40 or whatever, you're not building things in the right order, I promise. You're slowing your game down for no reason. Whether or not you can get an academy is also like highly dependent upon your start and like the tomes that you're willing to take, but this is another like critically important piece of early game economy, like if you're looking for ways to scale yourself up. But I think an often overlooked thing is the Wizard Tower itself. Like Wizard Tower, the foundation is incredibly inexpensive at 100 production. Literally the only thing that you need in order to build this in your capital, which is the only place you can build this, is a Town Hall 2. And the Town Hall 2 is another really important piece of critical infrastructure for basically every city. Whether or not you go beyond 2 is, I think, pretty dependent upon like what your build is trying to do and like what sort of cities you're trying to work up. But every single like upgrade in your Town Hall is not only going to give you access to more pieces of infrastructure that you can build in your city, but it's also going to turn on your ability to build build special province improvements. So the things that provide boosts to you normally in Age of Wonders 4, those are like province improvements, foresters. This is a base type, but special province improvements are generally unlocked from like your tomes. You do sometimes get some from your cultures, and what you get one from your culture, but you get them from your tomes as well. That's a main source. And SPIs are really powerful because these special province improvements, SPIs, are going to not only provide you opportunities to scale your economy up, but they're going to provide you ways to scale your economy up generally more efficiently than like the late game infrastructure. I don't think there's a way to like search here inside of this for like really late game infrastructure and just like show me everything that's extremely expensive. But like things like Seafarers Guild that cost 750 production, even on an island map, 750 production is enormously expensive. And fortunately there are a lot fewer things that cost 750 production these days, but not everything that costs less than 750. But 750, if you like watch the way that games develop in Age of Wonders 4, even if you're prioritizing production a lot, you're probably not going to be able to fit things like this in until they don't really affect the outcome of the game. Because there's so many resources available early when you can scale up your economy. But that brings us to our build for today. So we are going to be playing with Athletics, Barbarians, and Chosen Destroyers. So we're going to be doing something that is not going to offer us like the easy out to scaling up your economy, which is making another city. Instead, we're going to be burning cities down to scale our economy up. And whenever we get to showing off Chosen Destroyers, hopefully we get an opportunity to talk a little bit about the scaling there. But we will be taking Athletics here. I think that Athletics is definitely like a little worse in the current meta than it was in previous patches, but like I still enjoy the 40 movement quite a lot, especially if you're playing with something like Chosen Destroyers that wants to take fights before Naga transformation even turns on. Like, we're not gonna, this is gonna be a 1v1, because I want to get this thing done today, so that way we don't have a save file. This is like floating in the ether until next week. But like, regardless of how you're playing with a Chosen Destroyer, you have to fight people early, and that means that something like Athletics is actually quite good. And given that we're playing with Ritual of Alacrity, we'll like show off, you know, okay, what's the big difference between having 32 movement versus 40? With something like Ritual of Alacrity on the board, like, you don't actually need Athletics with Barbarians in order to get good value, but the more movement points you get back, of course, like the more value you can potentially get from this. So I think we're gonna go with that. Do you guys want to see? I'm kind of torn between Resistant, which I think is just like generically really good. I think if we're gonna do something like fighting a bunch of infestations early for supporting Reclaimers, that Resistant can be very powerful. I don't think we need Herbivore, given that we'll have access to Ritual. Quick Reflex is like a cute way to flex on certain very particular enemies, and then we could take like Tough to just have insanely good autos against polearms or whatever. But I think generally Resistant is like probably the most defensible thing here. Yeah, you know what, let's go with Resistant. Let's go with that. Boom. All right, so we are going to be playing with Barbarians, and as we mentioned, Barbarians, this is our culture. But a Barbarian culture is going to give us access to a couple of different things. First, we're going to have the Savage Strike. We didn't talk about this a lot when we talked about Barbarians in the culture rework, or the culture refresh yesterday, but I think that largely you don't have to hyper prioritize critical hits. I think that getting just a little bit of extra stacking through like Revelry and Devastation is more than enough, and you're probably going to want to take those things anyway most of the time with Barbarian, because like those are just generically very powerful tomes that interact favorably with their like melee oriented strategy. So I don't think you need to do anything like super warping in order to get great value here, because if you're at 70% crit because you're at, you know, like extra morale and fortune and like one extra buff that is honestly enough. Like, you don't have to crit on every single berserker hit for things to go well for you. So we have Chosen Destroyers, and it looks like right now Reclaimers is in the lead. So we're gonna go with Reclaimers. Reclaimers is gonna, of course, offer us a lot of extra binding essence at the beginning of the game. We're also gonna start with the item forge. If you do not take Reclaimers, then you do want to think about picking up item forge very early as one of your critical pieces of infrastructure to build in your capital, because this is very important for scaling up. If you can get item forge and a tier 4 pistol and sword down on your hero super early, you'll feel pretty good about it. I think today we want to play with a. I think we want to start with some sort of dark or Shadow Tome. So like the most generically useful Shadow Tome for Barbarians definitely used to be Tome of Cryomancy. I think that generally this is probably still the right way to go. I think that you just get a lot of value when it comes to really getting juice out of your Chosen Destroyers, where you get to declare war on a free city early. If we find it on turn 1, maybe we declare war on turn 1 and hope they send an extra hero to us. Because if we can get the Shadow Affinity for the Imperium pick early enough that we can take that before we start killing free cities, it'll be great for us. Plus 150 knowledge per hero killed is fantastic for your early game scaling. We haven't tried necromancy on Barbarians in a long time, so I would be open to that. Does anyone have a strong opinion in chat between either Cryomancy or Tome of Necromancy? I think now that Tome of Necromancy is in tier 1 and provides you an SPI, you can definitely slot it in. The issue here, of course, with Necromancy over Cryomancy is that Cryomancy just adds a lot more damage to you early on. Access to Frostblades, especially on your heroes, is really, really good whenever it comes to just pressing out an early game advantage, especially in combination with something like Blizzard, where if you can use this, yeah, we are doing some meme stuff with Chosen, but we'll go with Wizard King, and then I'm not gonna use the Crowbow today. We're gonna do something else, because we're playing with athletics. We can take either a Veteran's Pike or Berserker's Great Axe. I think both of these are actually pretty reasonable choices whenever it comes to utilizing athletics. I think that this thing, the Veteran's Pike, obviously you're going to need to replace your pike pretty quickly, because starting with just a like big 16 damage isn't as useful as starting with the Berserker's Rage to keep you alive. This thing is a pretty big thing whenever it comes to not losing your hero in the beginning game. But because Veteran's Pike does interact so favorably with finding and making better weapons early on, +1 retaliation attack can get pretty messed up if you get a good weapon for your ruler. I think either one of these could go, but you know what? We haven't had an athletic pike out here in a while, so maybe we'll take Veteran's Pike today and we'll build our ruler as just like a big spear boy, and then our second hero will have like pistol and sword and horse and all that other nonsense. All that other stuff that we don't need, because we got Zerker the Reveler. I mean, he's telling us he's a Reveler right here, so I don't think we can't not take that. Wait a second. Oh, we're in the create faction page. That's why I can't select the faction. All right, let's make a realm real fast. So we're gonna do 2 players. We're gonna do it on large. I think large 2 players is perfectly reasonable. We're not gonna start too far apart from each other. We could take Divide, or Lava Divide, or Scarred Divide, or we could just take Lava Lakes. I don't hate that. I think, you know what, actually let's play with Barren Oceans. So this is going to turn off any sort of water bonus for the AI. Hopefully we don't, random into one of them where they feel bad about it, but this means that we can get to the enemy like ASAP. This is going to be a little bit of hand waving in the sense that, we're gonna see some stuff that is gonna make Chosen Destroyers hopefully feel pretty good, simply because we're not going to be fighting against 16 players. That is definitely where Chosen Destroyers falls apart. If you fight against too many folks, you are asking for trouble. We're going to put Chaotic... Oh, maybe the Chaotic Influence thing doesn't work. I heard that there was something where... Oh, we can take random traits? Oh, we could take random traits. All right, sure. Yeah, you know what? this doesn't matter to us. But yeah, let's take a couple. Let's take 2 random traits. All right, so unlimited power. I don't know about unlimited power. That sounds insanely busted. Let's roll for something that's not quite so broken. World seals. We're not gonna use like world seals to win. We're just gonna declare war on them. But like, I don't hate having that there as a form of getting a little bit of extra experience points. And I guess the game really wants us to play with might makes right, because it's rolled that twice out here. So even though that's like probably better for us than it is for the opponent, that's okay. We're gonna switch the enemy over to brutal. We'll put them on major advantage. We'll put us on minor handicap. Turn off custom rulers. Turn off ascension traits. I guess we'll leave teams on. That we were just like fighting against the AI immediately. Hopefully not like literally immediately, because I do think you need like a couple of turns of economic scaling before you fight them. Yo, what's up, Daedalus? How's it going? Really nothing so far. We were mostly just talking about like the beginning sort of important pieces of infrastructure to build. We're going to be trying to do a little bit of like explaining the game as we go along in a little more detail, but we are going to be playing with our Chosen Destroyer nonsense just for fun. But we're just gonna do a 1v1 against. There was a game with Winslaya Zombie, and it was like one other guy. There was one other guy in that game. But oh no, Age of Wonders, don't crash, please. I have a family. All right, good. Everything's fine. But we had a game with Chosen Destroyers where we played against 4 people and ended up winning. And so I feel like we can do it with one extra AI that we're immediately at war with. It's just we need to not get sieged down before like turn 15. That would be pretty devastating. So we found our first free city. So in Age of Wonders 4, one thing that's like really critical to the very beginning of the game, you start with some stuff. Depending on the world settings that you're playing on, and in this case we're doing normal starting resources, normal world threat with a major advantage, and then a minor handicap for us. We're playing with like the normal things that you start with in multiplayer, because there they definitely always start with normal starting resources. Whether or not they play on normal or high world threat kind of depends on the group. But on normal starting resources, you're going to start with 300 gold and 50 mana, and you'll start with a random assortment of some stuff. It's usually like your support unit at tier 2. If you're playing with Dark, you'll have a battle mage here instead, your warlock. That is one of the beginnings of the problems with Dark, because if you'll note, for each of your different types of units, they're not just different in the terms of like what sort of abilities they get access to. A support here for us as Barbarian, we have War Shaman. War Shaman has the Invigorate ability, which whenever we watch an auto-resolve, we'll see this thing will heal our other units. It'll give them a little bit of extra strength. The regeneration will help them heal throughout battle. It's just a really nice ability, but it also has access to defense mode warding. This is more useful in manual combats than it is in auto-resolves, but anytime you have the ability to use a defense mode proactively in a manual combat against somebody else, it can make a really big difference to your early game. And then we also have our warriors here. You get access to your tier 1s whenever you're on normal starting world threat or normal starting resources, and here we have our defense guy, our warrior, and the warrior also has a special defense mode, Shield Wall. You'll note that we actually only have one unit here that doesn't have a special defense mode, but just defense mode itself is good enough in certain circumstances. Mostly you're going to be using Sunderers to do damage rather than defending, but having that as our starting team is actually pretty useful for us in this situation, because we're playing with Athletic. And you'll notice that here we have 2 White Witches. So whenever you start in Age of Wonders 4, you don't need to bring every single unit into every single combat. That's something I see people doing a lot, but like it really is not necessary in order to get good value. But in this case, you always do want to bring in a minimum 4, because 4 is going to be the base default that the game assumes that you have in the fight. If you bring fewer than 4, you're just like losing experience points into the void. If they have more than 4 units in the stack, then you can bring more than 4. Like you generally want to have at least n. But here there's only 2, but we have to bring at least 4 in order for us to get the maximum amount of experience points here. In this case, it's 2, or it's going to be 6 and 6. So if you mouse over this, you'll see that this is a tier 2 unit, which it tells tells you off of the experience points here, requires 6 experience points to get to the recruit rank. That means when you kill it, you'll also get those 6 experience points. As the experience points on the unit goes up, you will not get any more experience points, and so fighting stronger, higher tier units does start to weigh you down because you're not getting anything extra, it's just harder. And so like, do keep that in mind. But here, these are the warlocks that we were talking about for Dark, and both of them are ranged units, weakening bolt. So what this means is, because these cannot be used when inside the enemy zone of control, if we can get units close to these warlocks, they won't be able to fight back. They're really scrawny, and unlike this stack here, which is standing on top of this banner, this warlock at least does have something to put in the front, a dark warrior. These guys are just waiting to be killed, so why don't we start this off by doing exactly that. I think, oh, actually, this is interesting, because here we have a banner, and we have the Ritual of Alacrity. I think we still do go for this fight first, because what we can do is we can use the banner to maybe jump to level 3 on our ruler, maybe even level 4, depending. Because if we can fight anything else in addition to these guys before those, I think we can get to level 4. So actually, why don't we finish using our scout? So this is the other unit that you start with in Age of Wonders 4, something that has this little symbol here. Scouts have always a preternatural farsight +1 vision range, but the other scouts all do different things. The Barbarian scout has the ability to build outposts. This is really powerful in tandem with once we get the Empire development tree open, we can take Materium 1 and then do a pretty good job of adding extra resources to the board through bigger outposts. Ooh, and maybe we can even scout underground to see if there's anything else to fight down there. Because I wouldn't hate us starting with this gold and then just like saving the banner and going here and then coming back, but from a movement standpoint, that's less efficient than here. Like you don't want to go backwards if you don't have to. So let's see if there's anything down here. Unfortunately, there's not. You can see that this is a very limited underground space. Some of the underground spaces in Age of Wonders 4 are different from others. Some of them are like just a lot more useful, and that is unfortunately like always going to be the case. I don't know if there's a way to fix that. But right now, underground, if you're playing around down there, you are kind of taking a lot of extra randomness onto you, because sometimes the areas you're hoping to expand into are not real. But here we can take this fight. I think that we shouldn't have any issues breaking off this Sunderer. A Sunderer is a ranged unit, and so it's not going to be able to pressure these quite as well on their own. Hopefully you do not die. You do have resistance here. And we're just going to leave the auto-resolve spells on and take a look at how this combat actually worked out. So we are playing with auto-resolve only, except for maybe we'll do the last fight against the AI if we want to. But here we're just going to watch how the AI actually used the tools that we made available to it. Hopefully, because we have access to faster melee units and they have access to slower ranged units, that we were able to just swarm them and push them down. Wow, why is this loading so slowly? This is crazy. I gotta see what's up and if there's something wrong with OBS, because it's not usually that chonky. Here, maybe if I close Inkscape, that'll help. No, don't ask me if I want to save this. I already saved it. I promise. It's fine. Get out of here, Inkscape. All right, hopefully that worked. Yeah, indeed, it looks like what we said would probably happen is exactly what happened. So let this combat be the first lesson to you in Age of Wonders 4. If you over specialize in ranged units, or especially early on, but really at any point in the game is generally going to be pretty punishing towards you, because like look, the Warlock couldn't even attack there. The Warlock was trying to break away from our watchful hero, and the watchful hero just slaughtered it with retaliation attacks, and that's just like kind of how it's gonna go. I think here this is probably not enough damage that I care to use our ability in the Ritual of Alacrity there, and so we'll gain 1 level off of this, go to level 2, and then we'll gain the 3rd level off of the banner. I think we can do better, so why don't we try to pick up a level here and then bounce back to grab that. Yeah, so Jason says a 6 army, 2 max ranged. Yeah, I think that makes a approximately correctly. Like I think one of those probably should be a support, to be clear. I think that supports are really, really important. The ability to do a little bit of extra defense mode and the healing is just way too much in the beginning of the game to be missing out on. Later on, hopefully you get up to tier 3s and you got access to really good things to use in your support slot, but like you generally don't want to be abandoning those. Even like 2 Scalds in an 18 stack is very, very powerful. So here in our city of Skragheim, this is our capital. So the capital itself, as we mentioned in the intro, it's going to have a lot of resources coming from the town hall. We're also going to have just like a lot of money coming from the throne. This is the other main piece of infrastructure that comes in your capital at the beginning of the game. So if you're trying to do like percentage-based bonuses off of resources in your cities, then like obviously the largest flat number that you start with in the game by a huge margin is gold. So I do think that if you're trying to get good value out of the druidic terraformers thing, then like I think there actually is some operation space there for using like gold and the Dune Serpent. I want to see how that scales up, because that would be a lot of extra cash. But here we're going to start by building the workshop even without the boost. The reason being that the main cost that I'm concerned with the workshop at the beginning of the game isn't actually the production cost, or rather isn't actually the gold cost, because you'll note that we have 300 gold, but rather it's the production cost. And so whenever we build this workshop, the initial cost is going to be 130, but whenever we get this extra population in 3 turns, we'll be able to grab something like one of these tiles here, maybe here, maybe here, and we'll take it as a farm initially, and then we can switch it into something else. And that'll let us get the bonus in terms of the production cost discount here, while also using the production in the city, because if we weren't building this, we don't have a boost on anything right now, because we only started with 1 population. That's one of the minor benefits to starting with something like Imperialists, is that you do get that as a main tool. But like I think overall, don't worry about starting your first piece of infrastructure without a boost. In fact, starting infrastructure period without a boost is fine. You can just fill in the slots later. We're gonna go ahead and give our Whispering Stone to Skragheim, because we're here in the page and I remembered to do it. But a Whispering Stone is a core piece of infrastructure for your empire. Most of the time I do think you're gonna start with it in your capital, simply because like the first free city that you come across, whether or not you are playing with Chosen Destroyers, you probably want to just gonna kill this, because killing this thing early is gonna be really great for your empire. You're gonna get lots of resources from conquering a free city, because free cities are gonna start with built infrastructure in them, and that built infrastructure is really expensive whenever it comes to the productions. But this one, because we are playing with Chosen Destroyers and we're playing with 2 Shadow Affinity, we're just gonna go ahead and just declare war on Ragash on turn 1. Like, we could try to wait around until turn 6 to hire a higher level hero off of them, but I want to see if we can kill another hero off of them. If they can spawn another guy for us to fight, I would love it. And I don't feel too bad about not building this outpost, although we might want to grab that on the way back, actually, because we want to get a couple of outposts down near us other than our capital center, simply for the Ritual of Alacrity power, so that we can really get that thing going. So we'll probably want to do that next turn. I don't see an infestation nearby, so maybe we have to make a wand. Is that the right thing to do? Is the wand the right thing to do? I mean, I suppose it probably is. Or we could wait. Like, there's a chest right there. Actually, yeah, let's wait. There's a chest right there. Maybe we'll find the resources to make like a tier 4 spear by burning off this spear here and then getting something else, and then we can show off the item forge. But the item forge is one of these things up here, as I mentioned, because we're playing with Reclaimers, we do have access to this at the beginning of the game. And one of the most powerful things you can do with it is just making a tier 4 weapon, whether it's a tier 4 lance, because you know know, you're dumb and you ride a horse, or a tier 4 halberd because you're cool and get to wear a very cool jacket. You know, depending on the way that you're vibing, like there's some cool things you can do with your item forge. But I think we are going to wait until we can build a better weapon, because we are pretty close to one, I think. And we're going to go ahead and start our research. So up here, this is our little research tab. We're going to click Summon Lesser Snow Spirit. So in Age of Wonders 4, getting access to a summon in your first tier 1 tome is just really, really powerful. It's going to let us scale up our military, both through our cities as well as through our casting points. This world map casting point is generally used to cast spells that can, you know, develop your military and your economy. But guess what? It's the beginning of the game, and we got none of them. So that's not where we're going now. But I think that's it actually for the first turn. So sometimes you want to break your army up and do extra scouting, but simply because we're so close to Rogash and there's like kind of nothing else for us to do other than kill them and then hope we're level 4 and then kill them. I think this is where we want to start things off. Okay. So there's the support unit and Dawn Defender, Zealot, and Sun Priest. So that army has actually more melee pieces than this army here, but unfortunately, because of the way the banner works, the banner is only going to give a level up to units as they walk onto it. So this is something where you can't do the like split your army up into 15 pieces and like send one unit onto that stack. You kind of want to bring as many units as you feel like you need onto that stack in order to win. Ooh, all right, that is huge for us. So you'll see here under the fog, as we've been exploring, we've identified some like red outlines. This means that this is an infestation. This is something that on the like the highest difficulty world map settings with dragons and stuff can be very dangerous. On the like brutal difficulty, you do end up where the world map itself becomes kind of like the main threat rather than the enemy empires, because the world map infestations can get very powerful. In this case, we actually high rolled difficulty on this haunted graveyard. This is, I think, the strongest that they're allowed to spawn as, because this is 5 tier 1 units rather than having a tier 2. Sometimes they roll tier 2s and stuff. Like you'll see, you can also get into a scary fight with a bone wyvern and a necromancer, but this is a lot of just like chaff, and that can be costly for an early game fight. I think we need to take that after we take these guys, but that is great because that means that now the hemming and hawing of, oh, can we reach a tier 4 weapon is over, because what we're going to get from fighting this haunted graveyard, of course, is, as it says here on Reclaimers, gains binding essence for clearing infestation spawners. This is an infestation spawner. Bing, bang, boom. We did it, everybody. All right, I think what we're going to do is we are going to take this fight with the supports here. I'm not too worried if we lose this warrior. If we do, we can always rush build this one, because we do have enough cash to do that. But it would be annoying. I'd much rather not have to do that. We'll leave the spells on for that reason. And great, we didn't have to do that. So we did take some damage there. So damage in Age of Wonders 4 is going to clear naturally off of your units as long as you're not in hostile territory. In the wilderness, your healing though is only 5. So the way that you generally want to heal like very quickly in Age of Wonders 4 is by like standing in friendly terrain. But another thing that we do have available to us is the Ritual of Alacrity. If we feel like what we need to do is take this healing first before that fight, we can. But unfortunately for these guys and their vain hope to survive our attack, I think that this War Shaman here is going to do more than enough to give us the healing that we need for these guys to be basically topped off. And that's kind of like the first lesson, really, when it comes to like planning your meta development. Oh, I guess the second lesson of planning your meta development is pay attention to whenever you pick up free population, because you kill something. So in Age of Wonders 4, whenever you clear out these things are called resource nodes. Sometimes they're pastures, sometimes they are over here we have an iron deposit, whatever. These are resource nodes that generate more resources to you if you have them annexed into your city. But if they have an enemy standing on top of them, whenever you conquer that space, whenever you kill the enemies that are defending it, you actually get some of those resources into your nearest city. And in this case, we cleared a pasture that gives us food. Food is the thing that gives us population. So in this case, we can actually turn this entirely into friendly terrain. And we needed sort of like a throwaway farm anyway. We could start with the farm out here and then switch it over to a forester, but given that like this is just easy, this is free real estate, and it's going to give us a friendly path all the way to Ragash, which means that reinforcing an army that's about to take this fight, which given that we're going to be fighting against 3 warriors, I would not mind bringing some extra strength to that fight, because that is a bit spooky for us. I think that this is probably where we want to be. So here we are going to break our ruler off to just go here and drop an outpost. So in order to break a unit off, you just click on your stack, click on one of them, you'll see that it's highlighted, and then just right click to send it out. We sent our ruler out here because this is a tile that is not adjacent to any city center. As long as it's not adjacent to any city center and you have the gold, you can start building an outpost. In this case, our outposts are going to take 2 turns because we haven't unlocked Materium 1 just yet. We haven't even unlocked the Empire development tree just yet. But once this outpost is down, this will give us another source of ritual of alacrity for our armies. And that will be pretty useful. And we're going to go ahead and take Frost Weapons as our first pick. It's not going to be... Ooh, actually, Frost Weapons is really bad against the Undead. So the Undead, you'll see here, they have 2 Frost resistance. So by taking Frost Weapons, we would make that single fight, meaningfully harder. But we would make this fight a lot easier. So sometimes you see something like that where you're like, oh, man, it'd be so bad if we went into that. It would be worse against the Undead. And we're already going to have some issues with them, given that we're dealing extra. Oh, you're a Wizard King, you don't have the ability, but the other units have the ability to deal extra blight damage off of their Savage Strike, and blight damage is also something that the Undead are resistant to. Like, you always want to be cognizant of those sorts of things, but I think the strength up for Frost Weapons is still worth the strength down on that particular fight. It just means that I'm becoming increasingly inclined to, we're probably going to have to buy rush at least 1 warrior in order to take those guys down. So let's see how many experience points we actually need in order to level up our ruler here. It looks like this probably needs around 3 or 4 experience points. Ooh, that is sick. So we found a Defiant Crown from I guess something from clearing that. You can sometimes find things from just clearing things on the map, and just +2 resistance for this is effectively a Tome of Warding, sort of in a certain sense, except it's extra resistance against Spirit. That's a very, very good damage type to be resistant against. But I think here it looks like if we had a 5th army, or a 5th unit in this army going into this fight, I think we would still level up. Because this is 16 experience points, divided by 5 is 4, and I don't think that this is 4 experience points that we need to level up here. I think this is more like 3 or maybe even 2. That's probably 3. So let's go ahead and assume we are going to want another warrior in this fight for next turn. We'll just buy this out this turn, so that way we don't have like potential movement point issues, because I think we are going to use Ritual of Alacrity to just rush right down there afterwards. And I think we're going to get to level 4 off of this nice little banner here, but we're not going to buy rush another one. Some things that I think people like make mistakes with whenever it comes to managing a banner is they assume that you have to have 6 units in that fight. That is not true. Depending on what your early game army looks like, in fact, sometimes it can be actively bad to bring a 6th unit. Sometimes you take them with just 4, so that way you just like immediately get to level 3 on your hero. That is a very, very powerful start. But yeah, let's assume that we're going to level up off of this. I think that is correct, and we can take this fight here. And we are going to bring everyone in, as I mentioned, so that way everyone moves on to that tile and gets the banner pickup. Don't die. All right, good job. Yep, and indeed, we did level up, and everyone got 3 experience points. Less than I was kind of expecting, but it was enough. And there we got it. We got level 4. So with level 4 on the books, now we get access to our first signature skill. When it comes to signature skills, I'm gonna do probably that as our tier list next week, honestly, because like next week is gonna probably be a little different because I want to play after the end. I've been practicing a little bit with Levi the Liberator, and so we're gonna do the Legend of Levi, and I can't stop myself, so we might do the Legend of Levi on like Monday and then do the tier list. But the tier list list for next week is almost certainly going to be signature skills. So at the beginning of the game in Age of Wonders 4, when your ruler first reaches level 4, you're going to unlock your first signature skill. Your first signature skill is going to be, I think, in terms of how you evaluate it, going to be pretty meaningfully different from all of the other signature skills you're going to pick up along the way, because part of the value of the signature skills on your ruler isn't just the signature skill itself, it's the affinity associated with it. So here you can see Mana Unchained gives us Astral Affinity, Demon Step gives us Chaos Affinity, blah blah blah. And this is normally on your other heroes just gonna like make them slightly better at governors. It'll modify the draft income of their city by a couple of points or whatever. It usually doesn't do anything on your other heroes. But on your ruler itself, it's gonna modify the affinities you get access to when it comes to your Empire development tree, as well as your tomes. And so managing your affinities on your ruler is really, really important. And I would say that it's like, in some ways, it's more important than the ability that you're actually getting access to. That's a little hyperbolic because some of these abilities are very, very powerful, but just be aware that there is a lot of strength tied up in the value of the skill itself. And in this case, because A, we're going to be fighting against somebody who has 3 warriors out here, you just like, this is insane amounts of physical defense, as well as the fact that we don't have any Astral Affinity right now, I think we're going to go ahead and take Mana Unchained. So Mana Unchained is going to give access to Starblades. This is an ability that is normally available only to Mystic, and it is one of those things that like people go back and forth on whether or not it's even like chill that this is here as an ability, because it does make the Mystic ability sort of like marginally worse that other people can copy. But this is a very powerful ability in auto resolves, simply because the auto resolves are very, very proactive at using buffs. Whenever we get to the free city fight, we will watch that like with manuals on and then just like click the auto resolve function, and we'll see that the AI will do a very good job of using Mana Unchained. There is a summon animal here, and depending on how our military had developed, we might want to pick that up instead of Mana Unchained. If like a bunch of our units had already died, for instance, then taking a Mana Unchained buff ability would be really meaningless. There's no value to buffing a unit that's dead, and that's the point where summons start to take off. But if you're playing with auto resolve only, which is what we're doing here, then something like summon animal isn't actually quite as good as it looks on the surface, simply because the auto resolve is very shy whenever it comes to actually utilizing summons. They will use them, but like not as proactively as you do in manuals, and not as proactively as I would like. And so I generally think that like buffs are usually a little bit better. Things like Demon Step and Blink are also pretty good, but those are very dangerous, and I would say that if you are new to Age of Wonders 4, that you probably do not want to take them on low-level heroes. Save those until the heroes are strong enough for the auto-resolve to do stupid things with them, because the auto-resolve will do very stupid things with them. You will very frequently see a hero with blink into the middle of a giant blob of enemy units and then click defense mode. It's very silly, but maybe we can get Zerker the Reveler strong enough to the point where that's actually like a I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me kind of moment, because with a big enough spear maybe we can make anything happen. So let's see, we could take Bloodlust, but I don't think that this is necessary until we start getting insanely high damage output on our ruler, and I think actually Brutal Mark is fine, because we did take the Keen Edge here. So this is a very powerful ability for Barbarians, and one of the things that like synergizes well with their own normal Brutal Mark package. You always have a 20% crit chance with a hero as a Barbarian, assuming you want it, and you do. You want it. That's pretty good. Ooh, hey, Noble Aegis. That is a really, really good shield. Oh boy, that is a great shield. I think, unfortunately for the Noble Aegis, a great shield or no, you might end up getting devoured to make a spear for Zerker here. We'll see how that boils down after we've taken the Haunted Graveyard, because now I think we're strong enough that we can just go to Rookash before we go to the graveyard. Although this is going to be 2 turns of siege, and we still haven't seen a hero out of them. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe we actually go to the graveyard first, actually, because that could provide us with a pretty big boost on like turn 11 or whatever, because making a tier 4 weapon is very slow. That is the biggest downside to the item forge versus something like artifact hoarders. It takes a lot of time for your stuff to come out, but once it has, it is pretty good. All right, Walker, you convinced me. We're gonna take down the haunted graveyard first. It's the right thing to do, probably. There's like evil undead there or whatever. Like, just don't ask questions. You'll be fine. Go here. You've got this. This is 5 against 5, but we do have a level 4 hero on our side, and now, because we have Mana Unchained, we are going to be able to do not just extra frost damage against the undead, but extra fire damage as well, and that is going to be pretty nice. The ability to do just extra damage against these guys if we roll into fire is going to be fantastic, and because of the problems with animals, mostly, or not mostly, but meaningfully doing blight damage, I think that was another reason to take the other option for us here. Is this going to be enough? You have 42 HP right now, and you're going to gain 10 back from the Invigorate, and then 6 back from the Regeneration, and then you'll be at 58 out of 63 hit points. That's like basically full HP. Is there anybody else that is worth bringing in here? No, I don't think so. Yeah, let's just go ahead and auto this, and then lose like 2 units. Lost the Sunderer, whatever. We lost the Sunderer. That one is not a big deal. And we found a Gilded Shield. Whoa. Alright, so a Gilded Shield is a really, really powerful defensive tool, and something that does sort of incentivize you to try to keep this going. You do need taunt effects in order to make this thing really powerful, but I think I'm going to keep this Gilded Shield and not to tear this apart for our cool spear or whatever, and just tear apart the Noble Aegis. This thing is generally like more useful in low tier fights, because the +2 defense and +2 resistance does sometimes like randomly save your units from big fights, but this thing can be fantastic in the late game. So yeah, we're gonna disenchant the Noble Aegis. So now we have 380 binding essence. We don't have any of the magic materials, which you'll note like right up here. Magic materials do give you access to lots of different special abilities, and so anything that you build without magic materials, you do need to like emotionally prepare yourself for the moment where you have to tear it apart, because you're probably going to have to tear it apart, but I don't care. Like, that's cool. We are going to make a really, really scary weapon here anyway, because we're going to throw a Provoke on this and a 90% taunt on a pretty high damage weapon with Retaliator 20, and we'll have Watchful, and because this is a spear, it's going to have a really, really good multi-attack for us. Extra damage against cavalry and Giant Slayer is disgusting. Does this thing not naturally get first strike though? Because naturally you get first strike on these guys. Well, I guess we'll see if we naturally get first strike on the spear. I think we do. And if we don't, then we'll still do plenty of damage against these warriors because we have magic on our side. And then I think we do need to take probably 1 turn of healing, and then we can come back and lay siege to that next turn. And that 1 turn of healing, of course, can include us grabbing Ritual there. We haven't really used Ritual a lot yet, simply because like the early position for us here was not favorable for it. But like if the earlier that you can start rolling on that, the better. And we will rush out that warrior, and I suppose we'll have to make sure that we rush out probably a Sunderer after that. Yeah, probably a Sunderer after that, unless we can get this Snow Spirit down in the time that it takes us to siege this down. That might be something we do. We'll see. If we don't have to rush that Sunderer out, I won't. Saving the extra gold could be pretty helpful once we get to the point where we're ready to build Berserkers and the like, because those are pretty goofy. But I haven't built another scout yet, and I don't think that's probably likely to change. Most of the time when it comes to like how many scouts should you build, it's like 0 or 1. We might want another pioneer just to like grab some of these magic materials for us, because that's not a bad thing to have with reclaimers. But like overall, scouts in Age of Wonders 4 are just like so anemic militarily and your draft is so limited, especially with Chosen Destroyers, that you just cannot afford to be doing nonsense for too long. And outside of Industrious in a certain sense, all scouts are nonsense. So that's going to reset the Ritual of Alacrity here for 3 turns on that outpost itself, but it doesn't burn the Ritual of Alacrity on our capital, so like you can always be bouncing back and forth and seeing which one is going to be most profitable to you right now. We're going to grab this as a Forester, and we're going to switch this one over to a Forester as well. That'll give us double Foresters, but we should be able to get a Quarry before we're done with all of our Forester-based infrastructure here, because we have a storehouse and a battle ritual site. So the battle ritual site is going to be replacing the library for the Barbarian. It's the thing that's going to be generating knowledge for us. But whereas before it used to generate only 5 knowledge and 5 draft, now it's 8 knowledge and 5 draft. So it's a lot less punishing. I don't think it was actually as big a deal as I thought it was before, but it is definitely a lot less punishing now. And we're going to reroll into Frostblades. I think whether or not you want Frostblades or Blizzard kind of depends on what you're looking at on the board. Blizzard is very, very powerful against some things like Blessed Soul, but so is Frostblades, and Frostblades is like generically stronger against Ancient Wonders. And I would like to take an Ancient Wonder if we can, because it is good to get your Rally of Lieges running early if you're playing with Chosen Destroyers. It's pretty critical to do something to supplement your draft. All right. Scout, are you going into this basement? Go into this basement. Check for me down here. What's down here? Oh, a Bronze Wonder is what is down here. So underneath the fog there, I noticed just the vague outline of something in this shadow. And the vague outline of something in this shadow looks an awful lot like a Gust Keep to me. And you'll see that also not just in the underground, but on the overground. And it looks like indeed it is Brigand's Refuge. But unfortunately it's in a weird place, and we didn't take the Wonder Architects, so we can't do Outpost Pathfinder here, take that as a work post, and then take that additionally. We have to go here for a Pathfinder Outpost, and then like here and grab that with a work camp. I don't think that's going to happen, Walker. I think if you're going to build a work camp down here, or an outpost down here at all, it's going to be this one. And I don't really think that we're likely to want to fight giants immediately, and having our scout on turn 5 just like locked there instead of finding the enemy is not ideal. So we might have to build a second scout. If that's what we do, that's okay. Don't tell my mom, but it's probably all right. It's probably okay. So let's go ahead and start a siege on Ragash. In this case, what does their hero look like? All right, so their hero is their tier 2 support, and it has Hindering Blizzard. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. This is crazy. All right, at least we're playing with resistant as our other trait in addition to athletic here, because that is definitely going to help us. But this guy has Lightning Evocation and Hindering Blizzard, and oh, thank God, I thought this was going to be the robes of the Evoker or whatever, because it uses the same type. But no, this is only lightning resistance. Good, but the robes of the Evoker that uses the same model here gives them plus 20% damage on magic attacks, and that would have made that really disgusting. But now that we won't have to worry about that side of things. So how are we going to siege down a whole bunch of warriors here? A whole bunch of warriors here, I think, are probably going to take so little damage from harassed defenders that I don't really care that much about doing that. There is one Sunderer here, and so if we can get an advantage in ranged pieces, then something like Undermine Walls is actually very good. So whenever you siege down a city, there are like a bunch of different things you can do in response to it. You're going to start with 2 siege projects, 3 if you're playing as Reavers. We didn't talk about that with Reavers. It's probably one of the other big things that makes them like not technically unplayable, because I don't think anything is technically unplayable, but they're still pretty weak. But a 3rd siege project is good. But here, I don't think we're going to even take a second, because I think the overwhelming majority of the troop strength over here has 5 physical defense, which means 41% damage reduction. So harassed defenders, which deals 40 physical damage, is just not going to do very much against them. But undermining the walls can be very good in a siege scenario, because what it'll do is it'll just break a bunch of the enemy defenses around Ragash at the very, very beginning of the fight. And if you break enough of them, that can provoke the AI to just come out and attack you, instead of you being forced to like funnel your troops into their gates where their ranged pieces can do extra work on you. And we don't want to be throwing away too many resources on this siege if we don't need to. Let's see, we have 2 turns left. Actually, we might be able to get that Sunderer in range of this fight at the end of the siege without even being forced to buy rush it, and we could get 2 lesser snow spirits in that time frame. Oh, but we're 4 turns away from knowledge extraction. We're 4 turns away from knowledge extraction, chat. I don't know. So Gojira, I've heard a little bit about that. I haven't like dived. What lore is it, Daedalus, for Gojira? I think this is fine. I think we'll just kill Ragash without knowledge extraction. Unfortunately, that does cost us a little bit, but there are other places that'll generate heroes for us. Some of the buildings like this can have 3 heroes as their defenders, and that's great with knowledge extraction. And I don't think it's worth waiting 4 turns, because if we can raise this city to the ground, that's when the Chosen Destroyer's bonus starts kicking up. Plus 40 gold, plus 40 mana, and plus 40 knowledge income per city destroyed is fantastic. It is really good. So yeah, we'll dip out on that little bonus there, and then just try to cheat it into play elsewhere, and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Unfortunately, here we do not have enough mana to cast a second Summon Lesser Snow Spirit. That is a downside to turning our AI spells on. Sometimes it can cost you opportunities to develop your economy faster. So that's why like some people will turn spells off when they're like when they're like 80% confident that they're gonna win a fight without losses. And you know, you can start playing around and being a little more aggressive with turning them off early. I just find that the value of turning them off before level 4 is just pretty limited, because if you lose a unit in a fight that you don't have to, 60 gold is like a lot more than 15 mana or whatever. Yeah, I think this is fine. Is there anyone we could scout with this turn? I guess you could scout, yeah. Go, warrior, tell us. What do you see of the outside world? I see a stack that if we don't fight it now, we're gonna have to fight them together. So I'm glad that we took that opportunity to scout here, Jesus. If we had waited this entire siege down, that Ragash would have no siege walls. At that point, whenever you take a fight against them, it would actually pull in these guys from the outside in order to reinforce the stack in the middle, which would just be like catastrophic. We can definitely beat these guys with like a full strength 6 without any issue. I don't think there's any chance you could fight a full strength 9 there. And so we're going to go ahead and just move our sieging stack over here, minus our hero, actually, probably. We don't even need to bring anybody else out of the stack, actually, just to start this. But we can attack these guys now without these guys being able to reinforce, because they're being trapped under a siege. So let's go ahead, clear these guys out. This is a little more dangerous because they do have double wild speakers here. Hopefully we don't lose anybody. Double wild speakers means that they're functionally fighting with 6 units against our 6, so we don't really have a meaningful like military advantage on the numbers side, but we do have access to a pretty powerful hero and the mana unchained ability, so hopefully that's enough extra damage so we don't lose anyone here. But even if we did, like, if we didn't lose them there, we were gonna lose them elsewhere for sure. Oh, we got a Blightbringer. That's kind of cute. I mean, we might end up using something like that down the road. We'll see. I think if we're gonna use something equivalent to that, it'll probably be something that we build in the item forge. Unfortunately, we don't have enough movement points to lift the siege, move here, drop an outpost, and move back in this turn. But if we did, that is something that you can do with your hero as well. Being able to lift and drop sieges is something that they've implemented in the game. Oh, I mean, I could check it out, Daedalus. Like, if there's like a lore thing posted anywhere also, then that could be fun for me to read over, because I do like the lore for stuff. I just, like, I've played After the End since CK2 like a billion years ago, and it's just something that like I've played probably more after the end CK2 and 3 than I have vanilla. Actually, I know that's true of CK3, and given that I've spent so much time on the CK2 Game of Thrones mod, I'm not 100% sure that it's more on that side than the other, but I suspect it's probably still more. All right, so one of these warriors is going to be beaten up into outer space for this fight. 20 starting hit points plus the 10 off of healing from Invigorate, and then the 6 regeneration is not enough for that warrior to like reliably survive. We might need to break them off. So I think here we are going to actually have to buy Rush the Sunderer out and then even start another warrior to maybe replace in if that's where things go. Yeah, but if we did not take that fight, then this siege would not be successful. So sometimes that's just the way you gotta go. You kept getting wrecked. I mean, it depends on who you're playing as, Maya. Like I've done some campaigns with different things, and I think you could watch any of them as like a baseline for how to play. But like if you haven't played CK3 in a long time, it's changed a lot over the years. It's pretty crazy. Oh, Soul Tomato does that? Yeah, I've heard of Soul Tomato. He does CK3 lore, or After the End lore too. I think they pulled him in from the mod team to help them flesh that out. So by moving this Snow Spirit over here, we have denied it the ability to participate in the Siege of Ragash battle here. I don't think that's necessarily a problem, because the Siege of Ragash could potentially cost us units, and this evolutionary unit already has 5 experience points on it. 5 isn't 15, but like it's not 0, and preserving that for later could be pretty good. So you know what? Let's send you out here. Let's pull these guys back together. We're still gonna have 6 units, 5 units. Walker, can you count to 6? Man, can you count to 6? That's not a very high number. All right, 5 is fine. I think 5, given that we have a level 4 hero and they didn't hit level 4 yet, right? No, they did not hit level 4 yet. I think we should probably be okay here. Is Undermine Walls going to be enough? Is Undermine Walls going to be enough? What if we buy Rush out one more warrior? You can get there in time, right? If I bought Rush you and you can't actually get there, I'm going to feel pretty dumb. All right, good. You can get there. Good. Yeah, I think the extra warrior, given that it is not in the front line, is unlikely to get to combat in time, but not impossible given that we took athletics. And if it causes like one of their warriors to like break off and not pay attention to the front line, then that gives us an advantage. So yeah, I think that's fine. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Let's watch this live. Let's see how our undermining the walls attempt went. I think it should be all right. All right, where did your walls fall? Oh, wow, yeah. So we took out a big chunk of their walls near their front gate. Probably not enough that they're going to feel compelled to come out to attack us, but enough that we shouldn't have any issue kind of like denying them the ability to defend their Sunderer forever. Unfortunately, the AI did not move these units together to heal them first, but that is just like sort of the way that the AI works in Age of Wonders 4. And fortunately for us, because of the like turn operation and placement, we get the first round of shield bashes off. That is pretty good. This is very far away. This is very far away. Uh-oh. All right. So they started by chucking some lightning evocation at us, and now they're coming in with their Sunderers doing Sunder defense. So in Age of Wonders 4, there are like a lot of different debuffs that exist in the game. Some of them, like that one there that we just saw off of our spells, can actually freeze. Freeze is sort of like a stun effect in that once it has happened, the action for that unit is countered. And here, like we've been doing stuns off of our shield bash on the warriors. That's been stripping actions, and hopefully we can just like keep getting action economy down on the enemy to the point where we can like take their units out before they take us out. That's a real wet noodle contest between those guys there. But our third warrior is coming around the back, so it looks like the third warrior might actually end up making a difference here. Ooh, so what we just saw there out of the enemy was actually the Tome of Beasts spell that adds Distracted and Sundered Defense 3. Very, very dangerous in the hands of humans, because you noticed how much damage we took off of one Sundering attack there, right? Like, for humans, that could have been a devastating option to pick our ruler off there. But it does look like the front line is going pretty darn well for us. We missed the Shield Bash stun on the Sunderer off of the warrior, but I don't think that's going to be a big problem for us because the warrior's probably going to back out. Oh yeah, so that, you see that gigantic amount of damage? That was Hindering Blizzard. So Hindering Blizzard on that staff is going to cost us a lot. Hopefully none of these units die, because if they just survive, Ritual of Alacrity will patch them up big time. But that hero needs to go. That hero needs to go. Yes, Sundered Defense. Kill the enemy hero before they Lightning Evocation again, please. Please, no, don't. All right, well, we're gonna lose at least that warrior. Maybe we lose both of them. That would be pretty annoying. But as long as our support survives, then I feel like we're okay. Yeah, if the ruler itself dies, that's not a big deal, because we will miss out on 3 turns of research while also picking up like probably double our research speed almost after killing this city and burning down all its surviving territory. So losing that high level warrior there is actually more annoying than losing our ruler. This is the moment. If we lose this War Shaman, that is a big problem, because this War Shaman has a lot of experience points on it, and that would be very difficult to replace. So you guys have a job. Go save the support. Please. You can do it. Believe in yourself. All right. Let's see. Does the support make it? All right. That is insanely dangerous, guys. Please. Do it. All right, so there we're seeing the morale is starting to break for their warriors, and so the warriors are not going to have the damage output to actually finish off the support. Thank goodness. So losing the hero in three turns of research and casting is kind of annoying, but we don't have any mana to cast with anyway, so it's more the research side that's a little off-putting, but not too bad. Good. Yeah, that's about as well as I feel like we could have hoped to see. And we will burn down the city. We'll burn down the city. So we're gonna go here, and we're gonna raise that, and we're gonna go here and raise that. So these are both SPIs. This is the Herbalist SPI that you get from the Tome of Roots, and this is the Wildlife Sanctuary that you get from the Tome of Beasts. If we were playing a normal faction, then being able to absorb both of those SPIs through Ragash would be actually really, really great for us. That's a really big starting amount of production in this city already. But because we were burning it down, like everything has to go. This is literally a fire sale on everything in the city. It's all got to go. But there we're gonna get 300 gold from raising this, and 75 from each of these cities or each of these tiles we're pillaging. You do need to pillage the tiles before you set it to raise first. I don't know why they have that set up. Probably it's a balance thing, but I don't think it's strictly necessary. And we can recruit another hero if we are so inclined, because here we actually can't take the Shadow Affinity for good value just yet, because there's nothing here, and we're not going to be getting another city, so we can just use the Imperium, which is this crown resource, to buy another hero. So the hero cap now is a hard cap rather than a soft cap, and it does include your ruler themselves in that calculation. But we can take a defensive thing ability. Oh, and there's a Conjure Animal. That's not bad. I mean, defensive encouragement is cute for support abilities, granting defensive masters. This is a very, very powerful thing. Not the sort of thing that we were looking for if we were trying to make like a pistol and sword super killing hero, but defensive masters always entering into defense mode off of support abilities. If we can get an AoE onto Brick the Herbalist, like Mana Unchained or something like that, that would be really, really powerful. And Materium Adept does literally nothing, because we're not going to have a city under our power that we're governing. So I think actually I'm going to go with Brick the Herbalist. We will probably need to rebuild Brick at some point, but for now, I don't even hate having access to a Hindering Blizzard on a 40 movement speed dude. Hindering Blizzard is a pretty messed up ability at the very, very beginning of the game, and gives this thing some real options to do damage, even as a level 1 hero. So we will have you party with our army, while our ruler is figuring out how to get out of the astral realm. And I guess we should probably take down the Stormscale Serpents, because these guys are weak to frost and they're really slow, and we have a Hindering Blizzard, and that's good at punishing both of those things. But I think we do need to get some guys back onto that outpost to do a ritual in order for them to actually participate in that fight, right? You can't get there in 2 turns, or 1 turn rather. Nope, you cannot. And you're pillaging, so you can't get there either. All right, so this guy is probably not going to fight anybody on this first turn. I think rather the hero here is just going to run out and probably drop an outpost on this side, because getting more outposts down for us is actually very important. The more rituals we can get going, the better. You can't use a ritual on like a stack twice in the same turn, but just having them on different places on the board is really, really good for your ability to grow in different directions. Let's go to the Brigand's Refuge. That's what this one is. Maya, do you remember, is Brigand's Refuge the one that has the multiple heroes guarding it? Like no, that's the one that has the trap. It's the God, what is it called? What's the one that has that? You know what I'm talking about, right? The one that has the 3 level 1 heroes that you can fight. Is it the Hall of Champions? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. But you'll see here, we have indeed finished some of our research infrastructure or forester infrastructure. We've picked up our extra population growth off of the storehouse. I don't think it's usually worth it to pick up a granary. I think that's mostly overkill. And here we could even potentially drop the forester if we needed to. But right now we're just going to start by picking up a quarry. I think that a quarry is going to unlock some more extra boosts for us, including the Ancestral Seer Hall, because we don't have tons of extra production flowing in the form of like Fabled Hunters, and we haven't even killed the... Oh, we can't kill this resource deposit. Oh no, we did kill that resource deposit. That was where the wild speakers were. All right, so we did get a little bit of extra production, but not a ton. And so building this Ancestral Seer Hall is going to be a little slower, but we can boost that by going down in this direction. But we really need to find the enemy. Where are you? Like, this is a barren ocean. You got to be out here somewhere. The AI is usually like really, really, really aggressive at scouting, and so you can kind of rely on them to find you rather than you needing to find them. But you know, like, it's just like scout to your heart's content. Do what feels good to you. Scouting is very important when it comes to early game positioning. But once you found a couple of bronze wonders, which we've found a couple of bronze wonders, then the value is not as important to push out early. There's some gold here. Yeah, all right, so we do need to go in this direction. That's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go in the direction of the gold. If you're not sure what you're supposed to be doing and you're sitting at 89 gold, just go towards it, and then remember that you're raising 2 cities down, and so like you're gonna have a gazillion gold, and actually we're getting 150 next turn. But there is a magic material here, and critically, whenever this city gets burned down all of the way, we are going to need to dismantle the ruins, because we're never going to be able to refound that city. So whenever you raise a city to the ground, it will destroy it. It'll remove it from the map, but it'll leave a skeleton of a city remaining, and then you can like refound on that. But because we are chosen destroyers, no cities for you. All right, we will go grab the Ritual of Alacrity off of this outpost. So the Ritual of Alacrity is going to restore all movement points and HP to all units in that stack. This is something where we could wait until after this fight, but I want to get this War Shaman into like fighting shape before here, so it can actually participate, because the higher tier that we can get that thing to, the better. And we don't even have to close the entire distance in order to participate in the fight from this side. We can just go like this. Can we even start it with a warrior that we peel off? We can start it with a warrior that we peel off. So we'll send that warrior here, and now the warrior can start this fight against you. We can bring our hero back into that stack. So now there's at least, although 2 of these are ranged units, there are 4 units there together that can hopefully support each other in the event that the Storm Serpents go in that direction, and the Hindering Blizzard ability should be enough to give our team the advantage. We'll start with 5. It's a little unfortunate that we're wasting a tiny amount of experience points here and preventing ourselves from hitting level 2 on Brick, but I don't think it's worth it if we lose the Snow Spirit to gain a level here. We just don't have a lot of mana. On that note, we don't have a lot of mana. We will turn it off, and we were fine turning it off. Oh, actually, we got the level up anyway. 16 divided by, well, the way they do rounding in this is sometimes nonsense. I think we need a slightly better rounding guide for Age of Wonders 4. I don't know how to prepare that without good information though. But I did not hate the way that worked out for us, because we did get level 2. So given that this is a support boosting hero with defensive masters, I think we do need to have at least a little bit of support ability here. But I'm really hoping that we just get like a signature skill that we can jam on you. So maybe we do take like sprint or defense. We could take frost weapons, but given that we're going to work with this for at least a little while, and then maybe we'll do a reset, I don't feel compelled to. Yeah, all right. You know what? Let's just take defense. That's fine. If in doubt, you can just take defense. It is fine. Oh, there's no infestation near us immediately, but if there was an infestation near us, then this could actually be a great opportunity for us to use Call of Chaos right away. We're not playing with regenerating infestations, so that means that the value on that Chaos side is meaningfully lower. But it is still worth doing as Chosen Destroyers, because you're just not going to have a lot in terms of scaling options. And on that note, we now desperately need to start fixing up our mana, so I'm glad we're moving in this direction, because at least there's Archon Blood and Mana Node, so that will fix our mana once we get there. But we're gonna need to work on what else we can do with our Imperium other than dropping down some extra cities. I think that'll be fine. Maya, where is Barrow? Like, is that there's so many places in the After the End mod that are like real that I don't actually know where they are physically, that it's kind of hard for me to keep track of them all. But there are lots of really fun things in that mod. They've done a really great job of fleshing the real world out. Imagine that they introduced real lore from the real world into a game, a video game, a human video game. All right, 61 HP is functionally 100% HP on this War Shaman because of the Invigorate, so you can start moving out, and then we'll just probably clear this and then come down, because there's like, this is fine, food stash, whatever. Oh, so you were playing with the behemoths. That could be something that we do in the near future, because the behemoth guys are pretty cool. But we're gonna do some stuff that's like pretty similar to what you needed to do the behemoths with Levi, because a lot of what you have to do is just like keep yourself alive until you're strong enough to kill everybody else, and getting a couple of allies is pretty important. And even if it's like marrying into a barony, that's fine. Like, if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. And I think here, because we are getting all of this extra gold, that I am actually going to go ahead and build an extra Pathfinder, because I think now we are going to want to put down a couple of Pathfinder outposts, especially as we're getting pretty close to military engineering. At 6 turns, we're not like immediately breathing down its neck, but getting military engineering down is fantastic for the way that your outposts scale up your economy really quickly. Ooh, all right, so we're getting a quest. So our extra hero has now said that some dread spider hatchlings, which are level 1 units, killed their family. I mean, that's I'm sure that's true, but we are going to call that one a skill issue. If you died to a bunch of level 1 units, that's probably your fault. But I guess we'll help their family out anyway, because in the event that we are able to beat them, that our hero will gain another level, sort of like we got off of the banner, and it'll just max you out. So like, if we can get this guy up to level 3 and then kill them, then we can get to level 4, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Who can take that fight for us? The warrior can take that fight for us. All right, I don't hate that. Is there anything here that we want to build into an outpost? Probably not, because I think the outpost that we build here is going to need to use both the military engineering as well as probably grab the city ruins. So one thing that is like kind of annoying about free cities that some people don't like, but really isn't that big a deal, is that the free cities will start with their associated like special magical material on the capital tile itself. That means that like you can't turn it into a research post. That is a little annoying. It's not that big a deal in the sense that like it's still a good thing to have a magic material in your city. Like don't be too mad about something not being absolutely perfect. It's good enough. And in Age of Wonders 4, good enough is oftentimes good enough. But here I don't think we need this Sunderer actually. I think actually that Sunderer could probably start this fight first, get us a little bit of extra experience points here, get Zerker to level 5, and then that fight's a little easier. Yeah, let's do that. Ooh, alright, so here we're actually getting an opportunity to turn our money into a Daylight Spear, which is a tier 2 polearm unit. A tier 2 polearm unit on like turn 40 is nonsense. That does nothing. But here on turn 11, with only one enemy that we have to fight, this is a core part of our military now. Great to have you on our side, Goblin Diplomats. What do you have? You're also Chosen Destroyers? Welcome to the party. You're gonna have a great time here. And I guess I'm cool actually just bringing this spear back into this fight, because there is at least a large target on Butcher Ogre, and given that the pace of this game is probably going to be pretty quick, getting experience points onto that Daylight Spear is sure to pay dividends as long as it doesn't die. Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? You're not allowed to die. You got a couple of really important things to do for us, including killing the enemy. So you need to get it together and not die. We'll just send those guys there. That's fine. And indeed, we are getting closer to being able to Slingshot 4. I think we can just fight those guys and then fight those, and then we are rocking and rolling. And here's where if we'd taken Scions of Evil, which could have been an option for us. Oh, Walker, you built a tier 4 weapon. You built a tier 4 weapon and did not put it on for a fight that you did not take any damage in, and therefore did not actually matter. Oh, right. Do we have first strike here? We do have first strike here, so we don't need to take Sentinel if we're gonna be rocking just a spear all the time on Zerker the Reveler, which I feel like increasingly I want to do. That this is good enough. This is good enough. We'll take fighting 1, and then I think we'll bounce back to start filling in some support unit stuff on Zerker. Whether or not you need to go immediately into support kind of does depend on what you're doing, but most of the time you want to pick up some warfare skills just because it really is very good for you. Is this supposed to be our other quarry here? So I think we actually do need to destroy this outpost, but that's okay. Like sometimes that's just like the way an economic development happens in Age of Wonders 4. You start with a resource in one location, and then you burn it down, and then you put it elsewhere, and then you burn it down elsewhere, and then you put it down elsewhere, and then you burn it down there too. Now we could maybe even access the city ruins with Skragheim itself, because you'll see here that at 5 population we've reached all the way out to here. Normally you can only annex provinces in the first 2 rings of your city, but in this case, because we're now at 5 population, we're going to get the boost on Town Hall 2. This means that we can build this thing, and then whenever it's finished, we'll actually be able to start annexing things at +1 province annex range, which means the ruins of this city that we burned away, we're actually going to get the population at the same time we get the communal tents at the same time that this clears, so we can just add that all together and have a pretty nice time, I think. And I like having this reaching out this way as well, because if the enemy is stationed here, and that's where we saw their scouts coming from, that if we find something like Tome of Zeal in our build, then we can build something that allows us to use it as a unit deployment location, and that can be very good. If you can shave off 2 turns of your units just like being forced to wander around. Ooh, all right, sick. We found another free city, and that's a good one. That's a tier 3. Ooh, all right, cool. So we're gonna need to probably kill them, and then go over there. So yeah, let's grab the Shatterskull Keep. Grab this Brigand's Refuge. Is that Shatterskull Keep too far away? That Brigand's Refuge is in the right place. This Shatterskull Keep is kind of in the opposite direction of where I want to be walking. Yeah, maybe that Shadow Skull Keep just remains empty. Yeah, if you go aggro and you get a bunch of territory in CK3, that sometimes can be bad. It just depends on what you're doing with it. Like if you have to spend a bunch of your troops in order to take those territories, and you like don't have any allies to back you up, then the AI will like react appropriately and try to take you down a peg. But if you do have some good allies, and you especially have the time necessary in order to do the control bonus and like have your marshal increase control all the way up to 100%, then that is very powerful. And we are just going to wait for the hero upkeep, or actually we're going to take military engineering, and then we're also going to take the hero after that. But most of the things here in the Empire development tree are not necessary in Age of Wonders 4 in order for you to have a good game. Some of them, actually, you know what? Let me close this poll, because the game has ended and we don't need a poll open. There we go. Perfectionist Artisans. Oh no, Reclaimers ended up losing at the very end, but that's, you know, it's okay. When we started this run, it was in the lead. Reclaimers behind Ritual Cannibals and Perfectionist Artisans. I think that is a helicopter. I know you guys can hear that because the door is rattling, but we do occasionally get helicopters, usually like police or news helicopters around here. So we finished the research on Blizzard. So Blizzard, we have now in our repertoire quite a few spells that we've been building up. Unfortunately, until very recently, we didn't have the mana necessary to deal with that. But because we've successfully raised a city, now our mana income is sort of fixed. So now we can start casting spells again. Because we're not likely to get into a fight against a very, very powerful enemy this turn, I'm inclined to go ahead and cast Frostblades first and then pick up Blizzard. But like these guys here with their Blessed Archon, that's a tier 3 shield unit defending this Archon Blood, we're almost certainly going to have to use a Blizzard on that, or we would like threaten the very existence of our livelihood and our empire by losing everybody. That would not be ideal. But yeah, let's go ahead and take this fight. So here, I guess we won't bring the Lesser Snow Spirit. This one I think we are going to try to evolve, because if we can take that into a finished fight, then I would like to. 4 more turns. Is it worth it to wait 4 turns? I mean, it's worth it to wait 4 turns for here, but I don't know about this one. I think this one I actually might be convinced to just drop an outpost here, because having more ritual alacrity in this direction looks important. Yeah, I think that is exactly what we are going to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our Brick the Herbalist, good, and then we'll just auto in here. I think between the tier 4 spear and a tier 2 spear, they should be fine even without mana. Just barely, but they made it. That's all that's important. And build the outpost. You are going to, I guess, hang around. Like we'll come up with a way to heal you sooner or later. That mostly guaranteed. This guy is now at level 3, so that means if we can kill this this stack, they will gain a level up. But unfortunately, because they're already level 3 and there's like 4 experience points per unit in this fight, we really won't gain that much on Brick by taking this fight here. But if we were to take the fight against this Butcher Ogre first and gain a level up, then I think we could make that worth it. So yeah, let's see if we can take any warriors. No, there's no warriors that are close enough on that sidewalker. I don't know if you're going to come up with the necessary number of units for this fight, because that's 10. I guess we could bring a Sunderer in here and use these 4. Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that there's 2 Butcher Ogres. If there was only 1 Butcher Ogre, I think that it would probably be the right thing to do to take that fight with the Sunderer and those 3 here. But 2 Butcher Ogres gives the game opportunities to do Butcher's Cut, which can just like randomly kill things. And so when there are 2 of them on the field, you just want to get them off as quickly as possible, because one big random roll is almost never going to be a big problem for you. 2 big random rolls, you start talking about, like, you know, how many times can you flip a head and flip a coin and get a head? Not too many times. Not too many times. All right, Brick the Herbalist, you are building sort of towards support, I suppose. We'll see how far into support, I suppose, you get before we decide that is enough. But I think that's probably all right. And I think we will actually break the Sunderer off to go explore in this direction. It doesn't have to be Sunderers with this build, because we are playing with Athletic. Generally, Sunderers are faster than Warriors. Generally, Warriors have a base 30 movement. But because we took Athletic, both our heroes as well as like most of our units are going to be at a minimum of 40. And then some of them, the mounted ones, will actually still have 48 movement points. But I like having the extra options for movement, and I think we will build 1 more Sunderer, even with the access to Snow Spirits on the board, simply because they are great at dealing damage. They are great at dealing damage, and we could use a little of that. Yeah, you go there, and you, I guess, will keep pillaging. I mean, like, we don't really need the gold at this point. I think we're just pillaging it just to, like, say what's up, but they did declare war on us. Wait a second, Walker, you said you were going to build a scout to build an outpost. All right, well, we haven't gotten to where we're going yet, but we'll find somewhere for that guy to build an outpost on that side, because if we need extra movement points to get down there, a pioneer with a couple of extra, yeah, maybe we build another pioneer outpost down here too. But a couple of pioneer outposts to help funnel our troops down towards this free city will make destroying it a lot faster. That's always the case. That is always the case. Roads are good for you, everybody. Don't believe Little Road. Little Road just hates Big Road. Who are we fighting against? Oh, this is the Mystic guy. So this guy, last time they had actually like scaled up their knowledge really, really quickly. And it looks like they're doing fine for themselves actually on the knowledge front. They've got 7 and 2. So this isn't an ultra small. We're actually on large distance between the 2 players. But because we're only playing with 2 players, the map is not very big when it comes to Age of Wonders 4. Like, one of the biggest things that determines your actual map size isn't the map setting, it's just the number of players, because that is like just one of the most informative in the RMG, the distance between those players. I suppose that this will probably not get you killed. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm hoping. That is what I'm believing in my heart of hearts. That is what I am believing. Because this is warrior, caustic worm, spider hatchling. So we do have access to a lot of units that are weak to status resistance effects. So bringing another warrior wouldn't be devastatingly bad. And I do want to get this guy up to level 4 without losing a snow spirit here. So yeah, let's bring another warrior in for this fight. I think that one is okay. And then we probably won't bring a second warrior against the Butcher Ogres. We'll just bring whoever's at the highest HP. But now, because the mana problem has kind of gone away, we will turn mana back on. Looks like one of the warriors indeed did take quite a lot more damage. That's good. We just won't bring you. Oh! Maybe we will instead of the Snow Spirit, actually, because the Snow Spirit can't reach the fight, and I think bringing a 5th against double Butcher Ogre and his Plague Serpent is understandable. So yeah, we're gonna do that. And then we've got any other weapons that you guys want to rock and roll with? Do you still want to be using your giant slowed blast into this fight? I guess we don't really have anything to use Mace of Smiting on, and we don't have a thing for you to ride around on yet, so maybe we do just keep rocking with the Cheese Whiz, using this Blizzard to blast people. I like it. All right, yeah, let's go watch this fight actually to see how the pike stands up against two tier 2 large targets. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna do a ludicrous amount of damage, but I do want to see, does the AI use it correctly, or does it try to do nothing but supports? One of the advantages here is that you do not have that many support abilities, Zerker the Reveler. You just gotta fight. Oh no, he didn't use Mana Unchained first. Oh no! Sometimes he does, sometimes the AI will do that. Butcher's Cut resisted, good. That one there's kind of like no way around other than just, oh man. Guys, why are you going all the way up to melee and then using it? And there's the double stun bug. Well, okay. The double stun is still in game. But not the end of the world, because I think you'll probably survive. Yep. And then I think you'll probably finish that in one kill. Yeah, that was a 55 damage single hit off of Zerker the Reveler onto the Butcher Ogre, and we're still at minor handicap. Well, large targets do have counters. It turns out that the best counter to a large target is, as it says on the box, a polearm. Are you a large target? You are not a large target. Good for you, Plague Serpent. That means that your death will be slightly less miserable. And oh no, didn't get the kill on that one turn. That's okay. That's fine. We got out of this without losing anybody, and that's the most important thing. One of the warriors got really beaten up, but you noticed that when we saw it, it ran to the edge of the board and then just kind of ran away. That's a new behavior, or relatively new behavior for the AI, but it is a really good one. It keeps you way further ahead in terms of keeping resources alive versus where it used to be. And we're closing in. We're closing in on Materium 1. We're closing in on Materium 1. So we can still take this fight here, but I think we don't want to bring this warrior in on a bunch of spiders because it only has 16 hit points. Even with the 10 healing, it's not enough to get it where I'm comfortable. And unfortunately, we can't get this warrior out of here this turn, so we can't actually take the spider fight this turn, period. But that's okay. It gives us a little bit of time to get the Snow Spirit healed up and in there. Brick the Herbalist. Brick the Herbalist. Did you find? You did find. Boy, you found. So here, Rallying Blessing, fantastic ability. Generally, Visions of Woe is a very powerful option to have available to your team. The ability to throw Fumble on like all of your opponent's units is really great at reducing enemy damage output for like one big turn. But because we have Rallying Blessing and we have access to Defensive Encouragement, giving us Defensive Masters, this could be a very, very powerful tool for the AI to have access to in auto resolves. And it has like kind of no worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that you just like use it, you only get a bunch of extra morale for the entire fight because the morale doesn't go away even after the rally does, and that is a very powerful option. I guess we'll take Experienced Leader on Brick. Yeah, we'll take Experienced Leader on Brick. That's fine. Getting our Snow Spirit evolved is very, very important here. I think actually on that note, maybe we want a second Snow Spirit. Yeah, I think we want a second Snow Spirit because now we do have the Experienced Leader. And we can start working up our Ruler. And we're going to go for Vigor first rather than for Restore, just so that way, again, that AI tries to prioritize attacking, because that is what we want that guy to do. Oh no, Walker! No, I guess we don't really need Foundation as badly, given that we are playing with Barbarian Chosen Destroyers here, and like normally you really do need to prioritize getting Foundations down as quickly as possible, because this is huge in terms of your early game scaling. Getting extra Imperium is really, really powerful, but because we're playing with a faction where like I kind of don't really care about our Imperium as much, we're gonna do something very strange. We, in fact, are going to do something very, very strange. We are going to go straight into Town Hall 3. So Town Hall 3 is going to enable our capital here to start working on Berserkers starting on turn 21. If we can get this thing finished faster because we find production bonuses, which, you know, we will find some production bonuses as we clear, we can maybe shave a turn or two off of that, and then we'll of course need to backtrack and pick up a blacksmith once we have another. How is there no quarry here? No, where is your second quarry, Scragheim? Well, we'll find out. We'll figure out a way to get a quarry in that city sooner or later, and then we can start rocking and rolling on Berserkers. If we can get like 4 or 5 of them down there, that they're gonna have a bad time. That is the way Berserkers operate. If you can get enough of them together, your opponent is gonna have a pretty bad time. I guess, you know what? We don't really need a White Witch in a situation where we're just like going straight for Berserkers, but Brutal Mark also probably isn't like super important. I'm also probably not going to use any Furies, so whatever. We're going to take Brutal Mark here. It's not super duper important, but I don't think there's anything else that we're looking for, and saving the mana isn't a bad thing once you're starting to push things back down, and that we are starting to push things back down, which means your time is very limited here. First landing, we need mana, and we need it now, and you are in the way, kid. That is the way this is gonna go. I'm so sorry, sort of. I'm so sorry, sort of. Oh, that is another important thing along the way. We could potentially take the giant fight now that we have access to a tier 4 spear on Zerker the Reveler. That is a lot of damage against a giant. That is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. Well, you know what? Let's see where the wind takes us, because I think that is a potential direction. But one of the most important things when it comes to playing with Chosen Destroyers is you do not want to let your opponent just like build a bunch of cities and scale up their economy normally. If you're not like taking the fight to them in a meaningful time frame, you are going to lose pretty badly, because they are going to make cities and you are going to not, and then you're going to suffer and then die, Mr. Bond. And that is just kind of like, that's kind of the vibe with Chosen Destroyers. You gotta take those guys down. But I do think we need I think we need to pillage or raze first landing down first, unless they've founded another city like over here that we could burn down, which maybe they have. We're going to pick up another War Shaman, though. War Shamans are great. They are really, really good in terms of their ability to heal your other units, but they're also just really, really good in terms of their damage output. Like, Strengthened is a fantastic ability, and people should respect that more. People should respect the abilities that come in combat more. There's just young people these days, they don't know how good they had it. They thought that, like, all the enchantments and stuff would carry them the whole way, but, like, no. There's other things in this game. There are other things in this game. You, I guess, go here to avenge your family, and then you, shoot, I probably should have gone here to avenge their family. Oh, no, I definitely should have gone there to avenge their family, because that's an outpost, Walker, and then you could have ritualed. Oh, no. All right, well, foolish Walker. We're just gonna go at it this way, and then we'll just turn the reinforcement for this guy off. Yeah, that's gonna have to be what we do. Yep, that's gonna have to be exactly what we do. So here we could have used ritual a little better here off of this guy, but we're still gonna have a good opportunity to leverage this early game fight and turn you off. So here, whenever you're reinforcing stacks, it'll pull everyone on in initially, but you can turn specific stacks off for the fight by just unchecking them, and that'll let you control who gets the experience points a lot more effectively. And we are still keeping this dream alive. At least we're keeping this dream alive as long as we can keep the Snow Spirit alive. Maybe we should swap the Snow Spirit over to Zerker, though. Or maybe we just switch the warrior over to the healer. Yeah, You said switch the warrior over to the healer, because now we have a war shaman to heal this warrior to help keep that front line alive a little better. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And we'll leave the mana on for that fight. No! Warrior! How? You were getting, well, whatever. You got some healing, you died, whatever. You're good enough. Nightmare mount. Fantastic. So we've been looking for a mount for so long that I even forgot what they looked like. But now, finally, against all odds, we have gotten a mount for our second little buddy boy. And that means that Brick the Herbalist here has taken up arms in the form of a Rallying Blessing, and I guess we took Experience Leader. You're a guy who does support now, so like that's good enough. Let's start getting weapon things on you. You'll love being a support guy with a big pistol. That's on brand. And now we have one thing here in Silver Tongue Fruit. I would be inclined to just immediately start working on a tier 4 weapon for our new friend, but I think we're gonna wait until next turn or 2 turns. 2 turns. I think we're gonna wait for 2 turns so that way we can actually get the Archon Blood in on that, because I want to use a different damage channel on our gun, so that way we don't have to rebuild that one, because we probably are gonna have to rebuild that pike at some point. And here, a blessed soul, you say? A blessed soul to you. Are you fast enough to get back to heal? You are fast enough to get back to heal. Well, all right, the War Shaman is not going to get any extra healing, but at least the hero will. And that's like 75% of the fight. Yeah, that's fine. Polearm guy, oh man, the Daylight Spear can't get there. But that actually could be an opportunity for us to just ram the ritual and then come back down, because this guy will get there on time, and I would not hate having a Daylight Spear against these guys. An extra high level, high tier kind of fight is gonna be important. Can you heal? A little bit, but not enough, not so much that it actually matters. Yeah, not so much that it actually matters. So, Zerker, get in there. Start some fights for us. Actually, go check out those birds. Birds and Houndmasters. All right. Well, we've got options. We have so many choices. Who to fight first? Who to fight first? All right, I suppose that what we're going to do is we're going to have this hero move here, because this won't burn enough movement points that we can't move back to the outpost, he says confidently without actually counting them out. So normally walking on map, on like the overmap, costs 6 movement points, but I've gotten so used to playing around with primals recently that I just started evaluating the space wrong. The ability to move faster on their own terrain is, I think, actually something that I did not highlight in why I think they are B tier rather than like C or D, even with their economy scaling being a little slower than some of the other ones. The ability to move really quickly in your own terrain is fantastic for primals. It is really, really good. In a very impressive part of their package. I would say it's one of the best parts of their package, honestly, at the beginning of the game. The downside is that their auto resolves can still be kind of sketchy. Okay, all right, that's good enough. Like, we got some rituals done on at least the War Shaman, so like this is gonna be a giant army that we're gonna have against this Archon Blood. We're gonna need a giant army against that Archon Blood, but we are going to have it. This is definitely one of the beefier guys we're gonna have to run into today. But I think this is okay. Bring this fight. That's 4. That's everybody we need on that side. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. You'll do great, kid. You've got a gun. You got nobody to guard except for yourself, Brick. So I don't know what your Rallying Blessing is going to be doing, but like, just believe. Just believe. You got a tier 2 weapon. Oh man, we lost the warrior, but more importantly, Zerker just got smashed on the face in that fight. Now that was good for our experience points. Getting up to higher levels is very, very important. Getting to level 8 is crucial. But wow, the man, I really wish that we'd taken at level 4 we'd taken a Materium Affinity thing, because here having a Materium Affinity down, or like even just one turn earlier, would have been huge for us, because I would love to have Military Engineering this turn so that we could heal next turn. And there's not even another outpost over here, so we're just gonna have to take Zerker into a fight badly damaged and hope that that our supports can get you there. But if we have 2 supports, maybe that's not enough movement points, Walker. Despite athletic, that is not enough movement points. This war shaman also cannot get to that fight. Oh no! Oh no! And we burned the ritual without. Oh no! All right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to delay that for 1 turn. I think once we've gotten this, I guess it's gonna have to be here as an outpost, as the outpost center, exploiting that. Yeah, I think that's what it's gonna have to be. And then once we've gotten that up, we can ritual first and then fight them. Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. Let's send 1 snow. Nah, let's keep the snow spirits with the experienced leader. Let's send 1 warrior to scout a little bit this way. 1 tile in that direction. Okay, Walker. I see what you're doing. You're scouting over there simply so you can shuffle units around the way that you do. That's like your very favorite pastime, isn't it? Just shuffling units around. But we are going to save that blizzard for next turn, or whatever turn we end up fighting these guys on, because the blizzard is going to add a lot of extra damage against units that are cold, but also just critically anything that's going to reduce their resistance to stun is going to be great against zealots, because these guys, although they do have the frost immunity, if you can stun them and then kill them before they get an opportunity to just wail on you with their melee strike, it'll save you a lot of headache. And we do still have a couple of warriors, right? We have 1. All right, well, all right, Scragheim, stop twisting my arm. We're gonna make another warrior. Those are pretty good tier 1 units. Here we took Cryomancy, so we could take Tome of Warding. I think Tome of Warding is just like generically very, very powerful with the guy we're fighting against as well, because this is a Mystic, and Tome of Warding with Staves of Warding is just impossible to pass up there, actually, I think, in terms of value. And then we do also have randomly the Defensive Master to work with bolstering support, but like Cryomancy into Warding is just like something that's been generically strong in the game for a very, very long time. I don't anticipate that changing very much in any future update, so I don't know how many times we're gonna do that on stream, but we're gonna do it here just to see what Chosen Destroyers can really get up to. But if you're not sure where to go, especially if you have a support unit with an AoE ability that you have access to, then like Tome of Warding is ridiculous. It's a very, 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 very good tome. Very, 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 very good tome. And that is a very, very, very high level Snow Spirit. Congratulations. And you got Lightning Blades, so we are not bringing any Phantasm Warriors into this game. I think, in fact, we're probably not going to research Phantasm Warriors, given that there's Lightning Blades on the board. But that's an important thing to check on. If you see one of your enemies on the board, look at their units. Just see what they're up to. If it turns out that they have a critical piece of military technology that blanks something, don't waste your time researching that something. You don't have to. You have choices. You can live free. You can die young. We will get 189 gold in exchange for not pillaging First Landing to the ground. I mean, well, you know, we could alternatively, like, demolish their morale. I actually don't hate that. Demolishing their morale means that attacking that city and burning it to the ground is going to be even faster, although they are size 40 walls. At size 40 walls, we would have to invest a meaningful amount of gold in order to take this down. But we're also already at like turn 15, and if the enemy has another city out there, then maybe our best way to get advantage out of our raze is to just attack the enemy AI. So let's see. maybe we can. What time are we at? Maybe we can put this to a poll. It's 12:30. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we put this to a poll right here? I'm gonna go ahead and unpause. Wait a second. Do you start a poll? Do we kill Free City or just go for AI? Free City must die, and Carthago delenda est. And wait a second. Why don't you let me say create poll, please? Google, do I have to add 3 options for this to be something that you'll let me see? It is. All right, see results. See results is on there. Please don't vote for see results, because that would be silly. I think we can do better than see results. But I have put on what are we going to do with this free city versus just like going straight for the AI, because I do need to take a little bio break here. And then we will check in on that when I get back, and then we will go ahead and do whatever chat in their cannibalistic frenzy has decided is the best way for us to scale up our invasion of the AI here. I'll be right back, maybe 5-10 minutes. All right, so it looks like the Free City Must Die has won our little poll here. So we're gonna go ahead and end that, and I think we are gonna go ahead and take this. So if we were trying to like piece them out and just go straight for the AI, then like obviously we just take the gold and push that into berserkers. And against the first landing, that might still be useful, but like getting decreased morale on all their units could make the fight there be pretty trivial depending on what they have. It's gonna reduce their damage output at the very least, and then depending on what they have, that could give us a pretty big advantage. But we are going to take Military Engineering 1. This is going to be great for us. The ability to get really big outposts is a very big deal. And critically, that is going to apply to our scouts. So these guys now can actually build their outposts in only one turn rather than two. Oh no. But they can't build it here because this is uninhabitable blinding sandstorm. Well, that's okay. That's fine, because we can still build a Pathfinder outpost here, and that'll still give us an extra tile to grab that, and that will still funnel our troops down towards there and give them an opportunity to grab more Ritual of Alacrity, which is what we desperately need. We desperately need. Ooh, Dread Spider Hatchling. Don't hate to see an evolutionary unit. It's a little later than I'd like, but not the end of the world. And I guess... Is that an important outpost? That doesn't look like an important outpost. The downside for outposts off of your Pathfinders is that they are extra expensive. Like here, for instance, I think this is actually fine to try to set up to hold that Desecrated Temple if we can. That's worth the time effort to build this, because we'll get a work camp, and then if we get to grab the Desecrated Temple because we don't lose a lot in first landing, then I think that's worth doing. And if we lose a lot, and then this outpost just like being forced to grab a big tile there or something like that, that's not the end of the world. We'll hold on to that blizzard. Are we fighting? Wait, actually, are we going to be able to fight you this turn? No, I think it is still... Is it Ritual next turn? Is it Ritual next turn? Yeah, it's going to have to be Ritual next turn, because I think we do want to bring both of our War Shamans into the fight, and we are literally one tile outside. Oh, Walker, you're one tile too short so many times. You could have had an outpost here, and that would have given you extra movement. So why don't we do that? Why don't we back up and actually add in a couple of these connection outposts here? Now that we have military engineering, it'll be really easy for us to drop those down. And this will be a great opportunity for us to actually also get a lot of experience points on our main stack using the experienced leader perk here on that guy. So we will, I guess we'll add the other outpost here, using this as the capital of it, and then grab the Archon Blood. That gives us the most reach, I think. Yeah, that gives us the most reach. So let's see. If we're not casting the Blizzard this turn, are we casting Brutal Mark? Alternatively, we could do something really greedy. Like the greediest application of mana, because these guys do heal, is to, like, the greediest application would be Blizzard, and then next turn Blizzard again, because we can start casting it, because we have full casting points here. And we are going to be getting a bunch of mana, because we're going to get mana from this, and I think we're going to end up mana from this, although we might get Knowledge instead, but that's really not the end of the world. That's 9... there. You know what? Sure. I'm here for it. We're just gonna double Blizzard onto the that stack, because those guys are -4 weak. You would not want to be doing this against someone who's going to heal most of this damage back, but because the Zealots are such a giant part of this army here, and they're all at -4 frost weakness because of the angelic transformation and the celestial type, giving them a -4 weakness to frost, the ability of Blizzards to just shred this army down to almost nothing means that we actually might not need all of our units in order to fight these guys without losses, which would be great, because if you don't have to bring like this Sunderer in on this fight, that means way more experience points going out of the units you do care about. And I would love to evolve that Lesser Snow Spirit, honestly. That would be great. So that I think that's where that army is going to be going. I think we're going to try to double blizzard that and see if we can get those guys cheated off the field. That looks okay there. I'm not too worried about getting another tier 2 polearm, given that we have that our ruler is probably just going to be rocking a tier 4 for forever. And we might switch that over to a power weapon, but I think spears are cool, and I'm not gonna compromise on that. Spears are cool. Whether or not they are always the right option is something that you definitely need to consult your doctor, but they are definitely cool. All right, so I think I did talk myself into not bringing everyone into this fight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see where we don't need to be in order to participate in that thing from this side. So you see, if we were standing on the underground entrance, then we wouldn't be in the fight for either the Wyvern or the Archon blood. So anyone we don't want to nab experience points from this, we'll just send down there. And I think that's going to be you two. And maybe we just put Zerker in the stack, because now there are 2 War Shamans here, and 2 War Shamans is a lot of extra healing that our ruler is going to start off with. It's 20 starting HP now because of the double invigorate, assuming that you target the Zerker, and then the +2 regeneration means that this guy could be functionally at like 63 HP or whatever at the beginning of the first turn. Or at the end of the first turn, assuming that the War Shamans target correctly. And look at the damage on these guys. Like, they're 21 HP on that Zealot, 22 on that Lightbringer. I think this is fine. I think this will be okay. Yeah, they agree. They see our army and are willing to get the hell out of here, but I don't think we're going to let you guys run. There's too much experience points here for us to pass this up. Now, this is a little dangerous because they do have this the Archon Martyrdom ability, and so if the heals do not go on to Zerker, we could potentially die a second time here. So I'm gonna watch this. That means that mana is going to be on for this combat, but that's okay. Like, given the importance of this combat, I don't despise casting mana into it, even though we already spent 160 on it through the double blizzard. We're just gonna get so much so quickly off of these mana nodes that I don't really care about the waste. Okay, yep, there it is. Our ruler is gonna be at probably functionally max HP without having to, yep, there it is, without having to use the ritual starting. So that means that the ritual is still there to heal guys after this fight. Fantastic. Yep. Starblades is not going to help you do any damage, but we're not overloading you with any extra nonsense abilities. Oh boy, yeah. All right, yep. There's their army. It's starting to fall apart already, and those zealots are not going to have the damage output that they would normally have at full HP. Yeah, look at that, 5 and 1, just because they're missing so many models from the double blizzard. And that is the power of strategic map. That is the power of the strategic map. You can do so much damage before a fight, and it's going to put tons of experience points here with relatively little in terms of investment from us. Yep. Archon Martyrdom is going to do some damage. There's no way around that. But it does indeed look like we are going to get this fight without any losses, and because we preserved the ritual, we can go ahead and bang that out and take another fight. So you guys go here, and I guess I will get ritual on our Daylight Spear, because I think that is going to be a crucial piece of our military. And then I guess we could just take the fight with these 5 against the Wyvern, because this is just like 3 Wyverns and a Slither. Like, I don't think we need... Well, bring the other support. If in doubt, always bring the other support, because supports are great sources of scaling if you can get them high enough level. If you can get them up to legend rank especially, then their defense mode starts adding resistance onto everyone, and given that we're fighting against Mystic, getting bolstered resistance off of defense mode would be perfect. No! Auto-resolve, why? There's no reason for that. You are ridiculous, auto-resolve. you need to sit down and think about the things that you've done. Think about the people that you've hurt, auto-resolve. Think about the crimes you've committed. Are you ever gonna feel bad about what you do to people, auto-resolve? Are you ever gonna feel about the marriages that you've ruined? About the children who you've taken away lunch from? I don't think you will. I think auto-resolve knows that it's a bad boy and likes being a bad boy. I guess we'll take Keenet Cheer. Yeah, we'll take Keenet Cheer. And then, you know what? We have an Archon Blood and we have a Silver Tongue Fruit, so we can make a gun. We can make a cool pistol and sword. And we have so much stupid stuff sitting around that we can definitely disenchant some of this. Yeah, yep. Sure, yeah, you get out of here. You get out of here. I guess of the things that are still remaining, the Mace of Smiting is probably the Mice of Smiting is probably the worst thing that we have currently on hand, because we're not fighting against that that type of enemy. But we are fighting against somebody. We saw out of Inamru at least one Snow Spirit, so that makes me a lot less inclined to take frost damage. So I think we are going to take blight damage here. The Mystic group doesn't normally have like a big weakness to blight damage, but they also don't normally have like a big resistance to it either, and so that's good enough for me. Ooh, and now we actually have some really interesting choices for the Fire Mage lock. We can take Infecting. We have done some Infecting before. I think this is still just like generically very, very powerful whenever it comes to ways to build out your guns. Crit chance is actually not bad, especially with our special bonus from Savage Strike, so I think we are going to take the extra crit chance. Unfortunately, we don't have the 20%, but you get what you get out of the magic materials that you have. So we could take Infecting, or we could just take Lifesteal and some things, but I think that this support hero is probably less likely to do a lot in terms of like life-stealing as a necessity, so I think we are going to take Infecting again. Like, it's unfortunate that this is the thing that we're taking again, but given that we got Archon Blood early, it's what I think we probably want to be doing. And then we'll hopefully find different magic materials the next time we make an early tier 4 gun. But there, I do think it is defensible, and then we'll upgrade you at some point. I want to see Reclaimers get something where they can upgrade weapons that currently exist. I think that would be fun. I don't think there's any reason not to do that. Speaking of things that I don't think there's any reason not to do, I mean, we're getting pretty close to killing momentum. I guess we'll take Sprint, and then our ruler will just have killing momentum and a spear. That doesn't make sense. Walker, you can't use killing momentum and a spear. That's silly. You're silly. You're just taking spears and stuff because you think they're fun, and then that's gonna be the way of the world. Maybe we'll put the gun on the on our ruler and the spear on other guy. Nah, the spear's too cool. We're gonna rock and roll with that the entire game. We'll come up with a better spear pretty soon, but we're just gonna rock and roll with that. I don't know if we need another warrior, and our gold is starting to get kind of thin, although it's only getting thin because we're spending 150 of it on outposts right there, so it's actually not that bad. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Just bring the spider back. See if we can evolve that spider. If we can evolve that spider, then it probably won't make a gigantic difference. All right, this butthole is out here building outposts with stone walls in the face of chosen destroyers. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you? I am Zerker the Reveler. Zerker is short for Berserker, which is long for Zerker. And that's the kind of coverage for Age of Wonders 4 that you can get out of We Play Games. Zerker is short for Berserker. All right, the Sparkling Thicket is close enough that it might make sense for us to grab, unlike this stuff, which I think is probably too far away. Let's see, can we get you here? Yeah, I mean, like, there are some really great generic high tier spears. The lightning spear effect is insanely powerful. It's one of those things that now that you have it on arcing weapons off of the Stormbringers, it's not as necessary, but it is still very good. Is this a good spot? I mean, like, we can't build an outpost there is the problem. So can we get an outpost anywhere else? I guess we could take this as a focus crystal outpost and grabbing that as gold. And that doesn't look awful, actually. Yeah, that doesn't look awful, actually. There's giants here, but if we can get you, yeah, we can get you in a range. All right, cool. Yeah, let's go fight some giants. Let's go fight some giants, and then we'll come back up to the surface and do all our fancy surface world stuff. Fancy surface world stuff in this economy. In this economy. God Smasher Hammer. Oh, yeah, I've seen... So that's one of the legendary pseudo-uniques that exists in the game. Walker, you know, you could have brought Blizzard to this fight instead of double blizzarding that other fight. You could have done that. But I think what we'll do instead is we will start working on magical wards here, and just if we lose this Sunderer, then that is totally fine. If we lose either of the supports, that's pretty annoying, but the Sunderer I just do not care about. Oh, and it even made it. Cool. Well, let that be a lesson to you, giants, that if you fight against somebody with a tier 4 spear, maybe you die. Brigand's Refuge. It's right here. It's right here, Walker. You could take it for yourself. What's the worst that could happen? I guess, alright. Okay, alright, Evil Voice. You think that it's probably fine to go take that Brigand's Refuge. So I think it's probably fine to go take that Brigand's Refuge, because you've never led me wrong before. I think that's probably where we gotta go. And we will grab, I suppose, this farm? Just for movement purposes. Like, we could grab this mine for a little bit of extra heal, or a little extra gold, but it's a mine on an iron deposit, so like it's only a little bit of extra gold, and I think the extra movement just to get down and take that city out is probably worth more to us at this point. And is there another great? That is another great outpost, Walker. That is another great outpost. All right, yeah, we'll take this one in to connect all this stuff up, and then just get some gold by starting to pillage this again. I suppose here. Well, we do need to be aware that we've been at war with First Landing long enough that they could summon another stack up pretty soon. But I don't even see that as a bad thing. Like that's kind of exactly what we're looking for now. And indeed, we found enough production elsewhere that we will finish tier 3. We don't have enough gold that we can actually start on the berserkers that we want very soon. So we need to find some gold elsewhere. But there's a gold thing down there in the underground that we're very, very close to that we probably could clear out on the way back. And another city. All right, declare war. Haha. They're out here thinking that they have the % chance to declare war on us, but they don't realize that's not how this is going to go. That is not how this is going to go. All right, yeah, you know what? We can use you guys to start fights over here. That's fine. I actually really like that. That's exactly what we want to be doing. Starting fights. That is exactly what we want to be doing. Yeah, stick around, warrior. You're going to have something to do for us next turn, I think, because probably we're going to have enough... Well, probably. Maybe we'll have enough movement points to do the building that we need to do and come back up there for that fight next turn. But if not, we're not really missing out on a lot. I don't think there's anything we need to scout over here. That's a high tier stupid animal, I guess. Sure. Yeah, you can walk over there. You have at least enough movement points to come back and start the mana node fight if we actually end up being close enough. All right, day 19 has indeed dawned. Brigand's Refuge. Reward is an item. So Brigand's Refuge. How long have you been in town? What? You can build an outpost up there. This isn't adjacent to anything. You're just being chicken. Yeah. I hate it. Where is it? It's right here. It's right there. All right. So this is the right tile. Yes. All right, good. So we got that tile down, and now we are actually going to have enough movement to still get to Brigand's Refuge, but it looks like indeed we are not going to get up to the surface this turn. But maybe we probably should take gold? Maybe we probably should have taken gold before sending you out there, kid. That's okay. We'll show your troops how to fight first, and then they'll get a refresher course in the underground Brigands Refuge. Yeah, this will be fine. So we'll come over here, we'll take this fight, and then we'll bounce off of the Ritual of Alacrity and then go back to the Brigands Refuge over there. And given that we're fighting against a Bastion, I do not hate having access to all of this elemental damage here. Although it's a gold-touched Bastion, jeez, they are not messing around down here. Yep, they are not messing around down here. And we got a Retributive Spark Caller. All right, well, if we end up with a third hero, which I suppose we probably will, actually, then we can get some value there. But yeah, let's go and let's take this fight. Let's take this fight. So what does the Brigands Refuge offer us? Yeah, sure. The brigand can definitely, the former leader can definitely show us stuff. So this is the one with, yeah, a couple of knights. So thank God we have a big polearm to throw at you. We have 2 big polearms to throw at you. Yeah, all right. We're just gonna leave the Snow Spirit out of this fight because I don't think it's worth the risk reward whenever it comes to these small battles. But I don't care if this guy dies again. It's still in that structure of if you make it, great, and if you don't, you don't. Okay, all right. So we could get an increased morale major. That's pretty nice. 189 gold though, given that we're like currently working on berserkers, is I think the only option for us. We just got to get those things down, and now we can, and we have focus crystals too. That is pretty good. All right, so here's our archery boy. Get that stuff done. I guess you could take the Ring of Regeneration because I don't think our ruler is beaten up enough to justify that. Nope. So you get Ring of Regeneration. We're currently working on a better, cooler pistol and sword for you. And I don't think we need Locket of Channeling on Brick here. I don't think you can really use it just yet. And even if we need to, we could even send Brick's army over here to grab Ritual from that. It means we'll be another couple of turns to get to that free city. But that's okay. That's okay. We killed another hero. We got more knowledge. We got, I suppose we're at killing momentum here. All right, so what are we going to take as our next ability on Zerker the Reveler? So we don't have access to alchemists, so we don't have the easy clear on Reckless Rage. I'm not that big a fan of using it just blind. Even with the ability to clear it, it's not great, but it can be funny. And then Blink, this is actually like a very durable hero here in forms of like what it already has with this Provoke ability and Savage Strike and Watchful and stuff. Like it's going to be pretty hard for any non-single model entity to put a lot of damage here on Zerker, because we'll just kill them before they attack us with the first strike ability. So maybe Blink is the way. Maybe Blink is the way. Or Draining Blade. Draining Blade can also do a lot of damage because of the crit chance and the fact that we are getting the Cavalry and Giant Slayer bonus on it. That is pretty good. No, I guess we're not really going to get like maximum value out of Astral 2 simply because like we are going to only have one city the entire time. And so I don't feel like I need to go insane on the Astral side, and we already picked up one on Mana Unchained. So I guess we are going to take Draining Blade. If we can do enough damage with that, it can be a very, very powerful tool to have in your back pocket. And I suppose we'll grab defense here. Yeah, I guess we'll grab defense. I'm not sure if we're gonna allow our ruler to take killing momentum or not. I'm just gonna feel it out, see where the vibes take me. But magical wards are gonna take me wherever they need to go. Because now with magical wards on the books, we can work on Brutal Mark. Yeah, we can work on Brutal Mark. And now things are all coming together. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Let's take Berserkers. And we even have enough quarries to immediately start working on a blacksmith. And given that we're going to be getting enough gold for that, I think that's actually a very reasonable direction for us to go. Getting some berserkers out is very crucial. Very, very crucial. This is unfortunate that it's setting us back even further on the academy side, but given that we're getting a bunch of extra knowledge from killing heroes already, and we're we're gonna have time to burn you down before you become friends with them, right? I guess I'm glad that you guys voted to kill this free city, because it looks like the other AI is definitely horning in on that territory. But yeah, we'll go over there, start pillaging things, and see what kind of gold we can get from economic disruption through other means. And given how far away everybody is down in the underground, I think it's all right that we just like scout out here, because I don't know if we're actually gonna take that fight next turn. I don't know if we're gonna be close enough. And this guy definitely is, so that's fine. That's fine. Ooh, and because we have a banner, that's actually an opportunity to get the Dread Spider hatchling working even further. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Good deal. Good deal. 7 mana is fine. You don't need more than 7 mana. Oh, you giant butthole. Like, this guy is coming out here to kill our scout and remove this cool outpost that we were working on. I mean, all right, we're not gonna send our Dread Spider hatchling into that fight though, because I don't want that thing also dying along with the scout. Oh, it didn't disrupt the dropping of the outpost, even though it killed the scout that was making it. That seems, I don't know if that's a bug or not, because like it seems like they should be removing those, considering that they are locked in place whenever they're doing that. Well, I don't know if that's a bug or not, but it sure looks like it to me. But I guess the AI is going to capture that outpost anyway, so it's not one that I think we're going to benefit too much from. Brutal Mark is fine. I mean, like, the extra damage and extra crit chance is not going to be a bad thing for us, but I think Staffs of Warding is generally going to be a bigger impact, given that we are looking at a board where we already have 2 War Shamans. Yeah, 2 War Shamans, Rockman rolling. Yeah. And we don't even need the Ritual of Alacrity here. We'll just walk. Yeah, we'll just walk. It would be nice if we had an opportunity to use it there, but I don't see it. I don't see the value. I don't see the value. Palisade Walls, that's a good one to have on that spot, just so we don't lose the Archon Blood, because that is a critical part of our mana infrastructure. No! Oh, God, we don't have enough mana to reshuffle here, and we kind of don't want any of these things. I guess out of all of them, the least offensive is the Crow Companion, and we do currently have enough mana where I might actually genuinely cast it. But like, we kind of don't want any of these spells here. I just like we can't justify not casting Staves of Warding. It's way too important, especially in a universe where we know we're fighting against Mystic. All right. Namru and Nakan. I'm assuming that's how that is pronounced, because that would be phonetic. Well, I'm not spending 259 gold on that, so I suppose we will rally around the flag, and if we line up this Berserker with hiring another hero, then I think that plus maybe like 1 Snow Spirit actually might be enough to take that stack out up there. Because you really don't need a lot in order to beat a support unit and 2 little buddies. So if we have to take that fight with 3 units, I won't be heartbroken. We'll see. We'll see. All right, you come up to the surface, and you come up to the surface. Oh, hello, Pico. How are you doing? Yep, you're very fluffy. That is what you are. Pico, quit knocking my stuff off. Get out of here. We have 3 cats, and one of them, our most giant, orangest, fluffiest boy. He's very, very friendly, but he is enormous and he likes knocking things over. We're fine. We got enough melee pieces here that we're okay. Like the pistol, this is functionally both. And so I'm not too worried about getting clowned on in melee there. And I feel like we can probably take this fight with 3 lesser storm spirits with just 1 Zerker. Do we need the spear here? I don't think we need the spear here. I think we can bring the lesser snow spirit into this fight without risking it. I actually might just take the mana, though. Yeah, I'm just going to take the mana, though. Like, almost every single time that's offered to me, I take it, just because mana is so important. And now these guys are not close enough to get back to the outpost or get to the banner walker. Just how you drew it up. Perfect. But the outpost does offer us an opportunity for ritual alacrity, so I think we're going to go ahead and do that for those guys, and then maybe we'll just take the fight with the most critical pieces. Oh no! The spider can't get into... Oh god, Walker, just check these things before you use the ritual. But we need kind of to bring this this Dread Spider in on this fight here, because this will be a level up off of the tier 2s, as well as a level up off of the banner, assuming that the guy can, that the Dread Spider can survive. And if we can do that, then that is actually really good for your scaling. Okay, all right, well, fine. We'll this will be an opportunity for us to continue to get experience points on our War Shaman. Wow, we're gonna have a legendary rank War Shaman after this fight very cleanly. And if the Snow Spirit survives, that'll evolve. Well, alright, that's potentially a really big banner fight for us, actually, because that would be level 8 on our second hero, legendary rank, evolve some stuff. Good lord. Yeah, that's a solid spot. That's a lot of risk in one battle, but it is a solid spot. And because we have the Blightbringer of Zombies, hopefully it's not as risky. Tier 4 gun, go. You're really cool. You're really cool Pokeball. Get in there and do your stuff. Let's see. Whispering Stone does nothing for us, and I don't think we're staring down. I mean, there's a Derelict Workshop, so there's one infestation that we might conquer before we deal with an Amru. Might being the operative word. Alright, man, whatever, warrior. You just, like, go back down there. You can lead the way and show us who we're supposed to fight first. It's probably these guys. But I think that's good. I think that's good. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and muster the leashes just to start burning down some time. We're probably not gonna muster more than once or twice, especially considering that right now we're talking about mustering out like probably a Brewer Ogre, which isn't a bad thing, but like that's not gonna be game breaking for us. This is gonna be useful. Is that a patrol stack for first landing? Because that sure looks like a patrol stack for first landing. Ooh, well, there's Crystalios. There's a city with much smaller walls. One that's practically begging to be destroyed. How you make me hunger, Blue. I mean, we did vote on it, and we want to kill first landing, but maybe we kill Crystalios and then kill first landing, because if we can kill Crystalios, that would be pretty embarrassing for an Amru. Although they've done a really great job of keeping themselves like relevant in terms of their military power. So that's a great spot for their ruler to be in. Yeah, that's where they want to go. That is where those guys want to go. And I suppose everybody wants to move on to this banner because everybody would like to survive this fight and get the bonus. Unfortunately, because we are fighting in a blinding sandstorm, all of our guys are going to have blinding penalties, which is going to be really problematic for the Brick, the herbalist. He's going to have serious problems hitting with his guns if he's going to be blind. So this actually might be an opportunity for us to just audible into Blightbringer for one fight. Yeah, you know what? We're going to take Blightbringer for one fight because we are fighting in a blinding sandstorm here, and you like if you have a ranged unit that is blind at a 50% accuracy penalty, you're just not going to be hitting anything. And given that there's 3 Inferno Hounds over here, I didn't want us to have that as a risk on scenario. So I think this is better. We'll obviously have mana available, and hopefully because of the power weapon, everyone survives. Yeah, all right. So let's watch that replay and let's see did the hero actually make a good difference with that power weapon that we just audibled into. The thing is that with all of the stats resistance that heroes have, they are a lot less prone to getting blinded in a scenario like this. Oh no, guys. you use your words. You guys do not need to be charging forward like this, war shamans. You guys are crazy. Up there it is. Blind did in fact hit Brick the Herbalist, and so if Brick had been ranged, he would have immediately had issues making an attack this turn. And the power attacker, I'm sure, is going to be the thing that like saves these units here, because it's gonna. Oh nope. Are you not going to attack at all in this combat? Are we going to give you a weapon and then you just heal the entire time? Oh, great support hero. That might be what happens. That's certainly what it looks like so far. Yep. So I guess sometimes it really doesn't matter what weapons your guys have if you're on oops all supports, and that is important to know. All right, well, we got through the fight with everyone intact, and that means everyone is going to get a level up here. Kind of surprised that the Dread Spider didn't take that. I thought that the rounding meant that we were going to get a level up on that, but whatever. We got the most important things done, which includes our tier 3. Thank goodness we finally got there. We've got the military resources, I think, to start pressuring blue. That's 3 turns there. That's 3 turns there. All right. Well, you guys voted on it. We're gonna go take out Free City out first, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with blue after the fact. Get down there. Go get some experience points. You guys cannot get in range. All right, never mind. I'll chide you later. I will chide you later. How many turns is this? 1 more turn until they've captured it. All right. Well, you know, that's okay too. We'll take it back. You know, Zerker, I suppose you can take a restore now. Like, it's time. You need some way to heal your friends. And I suppose we'll take Eagle Eye on Brick, because we are gonna pop him back over to the ranged weapon whenever we can. And here we don't have anything else that we can take in terms of generating ranged value, or support value. So Visions of Woe is really popping off the page for me. Dark Ritual is really important in manual combats against other people, because it allows you to destroy their corpses if they're trying to do any sort of corpse interaction, like Ritual Cannibals. But if they're doing any sort of resurrection, or they have phoenixes, blah blah blah, Dark Ritual is huge there. But even in a fight against like a normal person who isn't doing any of that stuff, there's a lot of action economy tied up in just getting a bunch of decaying zombies. Yeah, leadership class just got burned away, but like it just didn't matter. Like the fact that now your heroes are tied into your Imperium is so much more important. Oh man, we have to start at level 1. Why are you starting at level 1? It's turn 22. What is the? If you know what causes people to like spawn at higher levels or not, post down below, because Zombie and I still have not figured out what causes that, which is pretty annoying, because like sometimes you just on turn 10 you can start recruiting your own hero at level 4, and here if it is based off of the level of your other heroes, then like we're level 8 and level 9. Why are you hiring at level 1? But whatever, hiring a level 1, at least we get a Beastmaster, and a Beastmaster is a really nice tool for us in terms of supporting like these berserkers and whatnot. Getting another unit down is a pretty nice thing to do. I guess an Astral Siphoner is the one thing they've got. So if we have a way to deal with them like this, that could be pretty good. Yeah, anything that deals lightning damage is going to be pretty fantastic against an Astral Siphoner with their -4 astral weak or lightning weakness. So I guess we are gonna probably not buy rush that berserker, given that we can get 2 more snow spirits out, and then we get a full 4. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll cast a snow spirit, and then we'll cast another snow spirit, and then next turn we should be able to take that with the first of our berserkers off the lot. Not a lot of gold for us to work with, but just enough. And Amru, get away from all of our cool outposts. We need those. Those are mine. Just because I didn't put walls on them because I'm greedy doesn't mean you're allowed to take them. You have to respect other people's authority in Amru. the authority to be cheap and try to save pennies on the dollar. I don't know anymore if we have to start this fight with this warrior or not, but in the event that we do, I would rather it be a higher tier warrior. higher experience point lawyer. Higher experience point lawyer. That's what I would prefer it be. Who are you? You're just like one mystic guy? One mystic guy. Alright. Well, if one mystic guy decides to attack into a warrior and a scout, we might be able to actually win that in an auto resolve if it's literally just the support. Because this is not a particularly devastating offensive tool. Yeah, it looks like the AI agrees. The AI has agreed. Okay, so now that we've gotten the Snow Spirit leveled up, we don't have to keep bringing it into every single fight, but it does keep gaining experience points at like a really efficient rate. And so I don't hate bringing it into most fights that we can. I'm going to go ahead and bring you here. And I guess the champion war shaman? Do we need to get experience points on you? Or do we want to get more on the daylight spear? I guess we'll take it on the daylight spear, honestly. Like, I think now we're at the point where getting beefier frontline is probably our best bet. And the best way to get that is typically experience points. So yeah, let's go with that. No supports in that fight, but that's okay. That's okay. Ooh, we got a spider hatching bell, so that does give us some flexibility when it comes to summons. I don't know who to put that on though, because the new hero that we just hired like naturally has that ability, and so you don't need to give it another way to spend an entire turn summoning a tier 1 unit, because then your heroes are basically doing nothing other than summoning tier 1 units. And guess what? That's not that efficient. But I think well, let's see. Is there anybody who can actually start that fight up there? You can get into range for the fight, but you can't start that fight. We might actually drop the Snow Spirit summon on this side now. Unless a warrior suddenly. Yes, excellent. A warrior suddenly. All right. So now let's see how many of these fights we can actually keep going, and then maybe try a ritual next turn. Yeah, that seems pretty good. And we'll probably want to kill that support unit while we have the opportunity to here. But let's take out these guys first. 2 chaplains and 2 zealots against tier 3. Oh, you need a gun. You need your gun back. You need your really cool gun back. Get that thing in here. The random croc dude. Oh yeah, we could have done that. We could have taken the low tier unit out of the low hero out of there, but I don't think that one comes with all of the nonsense that you get on the one on the Silver Wonder. That one comes with like meaningfully less. I don't remember exactly how much it was, so I probably should check again, but it was definitely like a lot less in terms of item levels. I think this is fine. You guys should be okay. You got tier 4 weapons. Like, yeah, just do your job. Just do your job. Use the resources we gave you. Go kill those bad guys. Everything will be fine. Just like, don't mess up. Don't mess up. Let's get you into this fight also. And I suppose that means that if 1 warrior is here for that fight, 2 warriors can be here for that fight. Yes? Yes. Yeah. Yep, that's... I talked myself into it. Without consulting anyone, I talked myself into it. We're gonna bring that warrior into that fight, and I think probably we don't need to get more experience points, or rather fake experience points on the war shaman. You don't need to do that. Spending 6 turns casting is random BS. What were we spending 6 turns casting? Like a major transformation? Major transformations are really expensive. That much is absolutely true. Yeah, alright, we'll bring a little more experience points onto the Sunderer. Those things, if we can keep them alive, and we are fighting in like a 1v1 Chosen Destroyer situation, they can do a lot of damage, but if they die, they die. We already have the same thing, but we have Sunderer, but actually better at home. Auto AI heroes, yeah, they will definitely do a lot of random casting. Yeah, the infinite supportability lockdown is kind of annoying, but it is the way it's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Not the end of the world. You guys can all just like clump around there, and then I guess we're not going to kill. Nah, we should kill the thing. Just kill the thing, Walker. Turn off auto spells. I don't think you're threatened here because you're gonna heal yourself. Yep, you are going to heal yourself, and we are gonna peel that support off. We're gonna go here and immediately start trying to capture the outpost again, bring it back under our control, and then bring that scout back. And we preserved the Lesser Snow Spirit for this other side. Fantastic. And the guy moved again? Choose a lane. Where are you going, Astral Siphoner? You've moved all over this board. Good lord. I guess we're gonna take the mine here. We just need gold now at this point, so we can just keep pumping up berserkers. And yeah, we're just gonna drop another Snow Spirit up here with you, with the other hero, who does not have a horse to ride around on, but fortunately we are athletic, so that's not the end of the world. Ooh, and the guy's even made it. Ooh, we are 1 gold short of doing another berserker. Can we find a gold anywhere? Is there, do you guys have any gold? Can you guys send me gold? Send me gold. send me some gold for this berserker so I can get this thing done. I just need 1. So if you have gold in this game, then ship it my way. Otherwise, we might have to build like a Fury or something like that, or maybe just a 3rd War Shaman. And it's actually not bad. Yeah, a 3rd War Shaman's fine. That's okay. You don't need 15 supports, but War Shamans are crazy good. And now we have double berserkers coming from that side. I don't know, man. You could have gone to that as your ritual alacrity right there. I don't know. Seems like you just walked straight past it. Well, you know, we did just walk straight past it. We will miss out on a great opportunity there for extra walking value, but I don't think that army was going to get into a fight this turn anyway. Yeah, I'll ask the one AI on the other team for some money. Like, hey man, I know that we're at war and stuff, but you got just like a little bit of cash that I can borrow. I'll give it back to you when I bring your capital down. We're gonna take a Scald. I'm not gonna bring more than 1. They're not as broken as they once were, but they're still pretty good. And I don't think that we need to run 15. I think 1 with the Tome of Warding is going to be enough to show off what they're all really about, which is kicking butt and taking names. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and ritual here, because at the very least that gets extra movement points back on our the secondary hero here, which is going to allow the hero to go through and build another movement outpost. And I love those. So we can build movement outpost here to grab that, and then not have enough gold to build another one next turn. So I guess we have to build here to grab this, which is pure movement, but it's a lot of pure movement, and I don't hate that. We can't get close enough to get the gold there, though, right? No, we can't get close enough to get the gold. So yeah, we will just do a pure movement post here, and that's great. Fantastic. And we could even squeeze that derelict workshop on our way down, depending. Ooh, boy. And that would let us use the cool chaos thing, because now we got like an infinite amount of Imperium that we're just like doing nothing with. So we could have boosted our population in our capital in order to get the Town Hall 3 out with a boost. But the amount of Imperium that you have to like filter in order to accomplish that is really like an unhinged amount that you should not try to convince yourself is worth doing. It is unfortunately just too much. And so like you're better off just pretending like Imperium is not as important a resource when you're playing as Chosen Destroyers, and then when you get opportunities to push out another hero, like maybe we'll get a 4th here. If we found a cool hero, then we would get a 4th here, but I don't think that's worth the Imperium at this spot. So I guess we'll pick up casting reserves in 7 turns, and yeah, I mean, we don't have any gold to use on road building, so that one doesn't really do a lot for us. I guess we'll take Call of Chaos for the 1 infestation that we're going to be able to clear with it, because at the very least, that will give us some more troops for this fight, and if it gets us a really good one, it'll let us take the Desecrated Temple before the first landing fight. That could be pretty good. That could be pretty good. You already used your ritual. No, you did not already use your ritual. Okay. Alright. You did not already use your ritual. So I guess we'll heal up a couple of supports. Yeah, I guess we will heal a couple of supports. I guess we could heal these guys too if we... Oh man, Whacker, you know, you could have checked to see who else is in the stack, because there's always going to be... This is not a real stack, obviously. I saw like a Nymph here and 2 Entwined Thralls. A Nymph and 2 Entwined Thralls is an actual stack, but 1 Nymph by itself was obviously hiding something under there. But that's okay. That's fine. Entwined Thralls are not going to threaten us so much that we can't just move back. You? No. You don't... Nah. Well, yeah, you know what? You'll be fine. You got enough movement points. Come back over here, get into this fight, and then go take the ritual. Take your medicine. Good, good, good. And now... Boom, 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 boom. Everyone comes back, and rituals. So, where can we go from here? There's the enemy ruler. The enemy ruler has no friends around. AI, my guy, my buddy, my friend, my foe. You do need to understand that if you are going to be out here walking around all by yourself in blatant disregard of the fact that you're right outside of my army strength, then like I'm going to assassinate you. But I hope you realize that you did do this to yourself. You do not have to walk all by yourself out here. You could have friends. You just chose not to. You chose not to. And that shall be your downfall, Inamru and Kananan. This is a lot of magical damage on these guys. I'm really glad that we chose resistant for our basic build, because I think that it is going to come in big handy against Mystic. Wow, and they still managed to kill the Dread Spider Hatchling. I can't say I'm surprised, because a Dread Spider with relatively low HP is going to be picked off pretty easily by big magical damage bursts like that. But that is a little sad. It's a little sad. It makes me cry just a tiny amount. And we're gonna move those guys out just so they can heal. And then anybody else who we can grab a little experience on, we shall. All right, so if that's true, then Tina P, we should see the next level up come up next. That would be good. I don't think we need a third hero, and given that we don't have any money, like, I don't know if we're actually ever going to get a third hero or a fourth hero. And so, like, some of the Imperium that we've been building up, we could have invested into the city. It's just like you get so little out of it that it's oftentimes not worth the effort. But I will take bolstering support, because we do already have Mana Unchained, and chucking extra resistance on everything is a very, very powerful ability. And you guys are close enough, maybe, that you could explore down here and take a Clawmark Cave with just these 6? Can you do that? Not next turn. So maybe we need to find something else to fight for one turn, including, for instance, some Night Guards. But this army of 6, including our Berserkers, looks like it should be strong enough to take a Clawmark Cave without our other heroes around if they can't make it all the way out there. Because they're busy trying to siege down First Landing, I guess. And I like that actually as an option. So yeah, let's queue up one Blizzard just to use the casting points. We may or may not end up taking any seals at all in this game. I would not be surprised if we don't take any, because sometimes you don't need them. And if our economy is scaling fast enough that we don't need it, then I don't hate to see that. Do not hate to see that. Oh, great! So we can get our third War Shaman actually into this fight this turn. So we'll go ahead and just take that. And I guess I don't really care if these Snow Spirits evolve, because they are almost certainly not going to. There's just like probably not enough of the game left for them to take that. So here we're just going to go and see if it dies. It doesn't, great. If it does, it does. 65 mana is 65 mana. And we will start heading our way back down. This guy might end up needing to go to the outpost. No, we make it to the Clomar Cave next turn. Awesome. Excellent. Good, good, good. Level 2 hero is not a particularly strong core to build an army around, but 2 berserkers do a lot of work when it comes to putting the hurt. And we should get another one, assuming that we can find some more gold. So what else can we do in terms of gold acquiring? I mean, we're already done with the academy, so like Astral 2 really just doesn't do anything for us other than our cheaper Scholars Guild, and that's not worth the Imperium. So here this actually genuinely might be click, and I guess that gets us some more gold over there. Can we justify switching into a vendor setup here? I think maybe. I think gold now is going to start being a critical resource for us, because we're going to have serious problems with our draft. So we're going to have to do some buy rushing kind of no matter what we do. And getting that gold income up to the point where we can like reliably start pushing out more berserkers than we currently are, considering that we only have 2 and now we're out of cash, I think is going to be pretty good. Can we get another tile here? Is this what we're doing? Are we just buying tiles? I think we might just be buying tiles. 1 farm is not enough for us to build a mine boosted. We need 3 farms for that. But we could get 3 farms for that. We have the Imperium, Walker. Like, just spend it. Like, there's no other cities. And there's nothing to spend it on in our Imperium tree. You do not normally want to be spending Imperium in your cities themselves, but here I think we definitely have the resources. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, all right. We will grab another ritual here. But maybe we grab the ritual after we grab this derelict fight. Can the workshop fight be executed this way? It's 11 units that we would have to fight against if we did this. 11 units in one fight. I don't know. That once you start getting like a bunch of units on each side, then like the auto resolve can get very, very big in terms of its delta. Like sometimes it's an easy fight and sometimes you lose half your army. And I just don't feel like it's worth it for us versus a derelict workshop, given that we have probably meaningfully more important things to do down here. So yeah, all right, derelict workshop, you're gonna hang out here for a little while. You'll figure out that we're not gonna kill you, and then things will look fine, and then we'll come back in 15 or 20 turns and discuss whether or not it makes sense to kill you before just attacking the enemy. Actually, we should probably just go straight. We should go straight for them after we're done with first landing, because they already have a size 5 over here and a size 3 over here, which means that they are gonna start outscaling us pretty fast if we don't start tearing their cities down. But that's something that we can do. That is something that Chosen Destroyers can do, is tear your cities down. They're pretty good at that. Alright, this legendary War Shaman is just gonna hang out with us, like, for the remainder of however it's alive on this earth, just to show us the way. And we could even steal the Cursed Barrows and attach it to one of our, like an outpost that we drop over here or something like that, and that could be very nice, because I would not hate being able to pick up Corrupt Souls in our rally. We rushed through the rally and we haven't had the gold even to throw at the Brewer Ogre. Oh, Walker. Oh, Walker. Why would you rush this through without securing your gold lines first? You know that's important. Well, this is more secured gold line, at least until this until this Sunderer dies brutally next turn. Well, the Sunderer got three tiles pillaged, so that is still great economic value for us. Paid back its production cost and then some 10,000-fold. So what should our third guy have? Our third guy does have access to Gilded Shield, Rala the Veil. I guess that Gilded Shield is probably good enough to justify just keep working with it. We'd need to build a sword with a provoke attack, and so let's see if we can do a reasonable sword here at tier 4, like what sort of things we can chuck on it. Yeah, we did see a frost over there. Ooh, a retaliator 50% is pretty gross. And we could take that with lifesteal also. That would be pretty scary. I don't see anything that's like really jumping off the page here otherwise. So yeah, all right, I'm convinced. Let's tear apart some nonsense stuff. We're not using the retributive spark collar. We have a golden shield here, a gilding shield. We're not using the Blightbringer. Get that out of here. So let's make a retaliator 50%. Oh, and the provoke won't work together with the lifesteal. Uh-oh. Well, all right, in that case, I think we do want to just take the lifesteal, because the lifesteal bonus plus the provoke and the fact that this guy is going to be doing gilding on the retaliation is pretty good. So I think we'll take condemned. Actually, condemned does work well with the gilding effect, even if it's kind of weird without a first strike. But we could get first strike on this. We could get first strike on this guy by just taking Sentinel, and that would be pretty solid. That would be pretty solid. These guys, yeah, those guys, we probably want the lightning sword against them if we're gonna fight them. But I think the rest of that, I'm fine with the blight damage. Yeah, I think the rest of that I am fine with the blight damage. All right, let's see where we go. Got that blizzard held. That's important. Where, Phantasm Warrior? Why would you do this? Ooh. All right, so we could spend 200 mana to just grab a Scald right now. Now we're researching Scalds, and we could be trying to build them with our draft and our gold, but our draft and our gold is kind of limited at the moment. And I think getting a Scald down is going to be pretty powerful when it comes to clearing some things early on. It's just a very, very powerful tool. So yeah, we're going to take the Scald for all that mana, even though now the research is mostly not going to do anything for us. It's okay. It's the way that goes sometimes. And we'll take Frost Arrows. Like, they're probably not going to make any Furies in this game, but we might, and getting the extra frost damage on your Snow Spirit isn't a bad thing. You're good. You're good. Yeah, just go kill that stupid Phantasm Warrior. Get it out of here. And there's another hero on that stack right there. Can we get that fight this turn? I guess if we use the Scout again, we can. I don't really want to do that, but I really don't want to do this. I want these units to be able to run back to friendly territory to heal, because the Snow Spirit I don't want to lose in the first landing fight. So maybe that is what we do. We're gonna have a lot of legendary units in this by the end of this fight, or by the end of this run here. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of legendary units. Maybe this is another opportunity for us to use a blast. Yeah, actually, this looks like a great opportunity for us to drop a blizzard in. Ba-boom. And you can be a movement and a Rainbow Clover outpost, and then we can use that as a take the Cursed Sparrows outpost on the way back. All right, yeah, I'm here for it. What in the heck? What is this? Is this just like a stack they have running around? All right, well, we're not taking a fight with 9 units on the other side. That is not acceptable. So these guys we need to peel off and get a fight with outside of them. So this might be an opportunity for you to run back so you're in reinforcement range, and then use our ruler to provoke a fight with you, but outside of reinforcements of you. Yeah, that's what we got to do. And you, I guess the Scout can go here. And the Scout actually maybe could even build that outpost here, depending on if we get enough gold. elsewhere. But that gold is conditional upon us finding some, because boy, this city is out of resources. We really do need to burn that city down now. Well, that's the way of chosen destroyers. You find some cities, you burn them down, you get a bunch of resources. You find another city, you burn it down, get some more resources. You find a clawmark cave, you burn it down. I don't care about growth in Scragheim at all, because now we have way more than enough population there. Thunderbird is annoying, considering that we don't have like a ton of pieces that are going to be able to pressure it on the back. Like, this is just not a very ranged heavy build here, but 2 berserkers plus a war shaman. You guys should have this. Yeah, you should have this. Lost both of the snow spirits, but we knew that we weren't gonna make them evolve anyway, so whatever. Oh, and we got a fire wyvern. Excellent. So we were looking for a good mount for this guy, for Rala, because we're almost certainly gonna just rock and roll with this this gilded shield the entire time. And fire wyverns are great. Like, the extra fire resistance is mostly just clowning on the fire damage that that Mystic might be able to add to the board. But even if it's not, like, whatever, this is a great tool in terms of the movement. The movement there is fantastic, and occasionally your opponent will do a bunch of extra fire damage with the Mystic Starblade's ability. Rare, but does sometimes happen. And here, I suppose we are building towards Sentinel, so why don't we lean into that? When we grab Defense 1. Yeah, that seems okay. And then you can build another outpost here to grab the Clawmark Cave. And come back up to the surface. And now the elites have they've gotten at least 1 rank on each of those berserkers, so they will be a little bit stronger once they get into this fight. And can you get close enough to capture that next turn? No. Or what, you can get close enough to start sieging that down next turn. That you can do. So that actually might be worth doing, because unfortunately the outpost that they stole with our work camp, they are building palisade walls on, and I think we do need to take that back so we can potentially grab the desecrated temple. Whatever we can do to make this clearing as efficient economically as possible is going to be necessary. We're sacrificing a little bit of time by pulling our units back here, but I think taking that 9 fight was just going to be too greedy. Too greedy. This means that if that other stack, the patrol stack, comes forward to attack us, we're going to have some issues with the all the experience points going on to the warriors. But warriors are not bad units. They are not bad units, and you should not be ashamed to get experience points there, at least for the beginning of the game. And we have another blizzard online, at least. So if somehow that guy doesn't get, oh my god, if somehow that guy doesn't get close enough to attack us, then at the very least we can double blizzard. And it does look indeed like that is exactly what the AI has decided to do. So we're not going to be able to do a fight against like 3 and then 6, but given that the 6 is going to start with a lot of damage on it, I think it'll probably be okay. Yeah, that should be fine. And you guys, I guess we will just like leave this derelict workshop in our backyard. It's not like we have any cities over here for them to like try to harass. Like, I don't really care about the fundamental structure of who the derelict workshop pillages. They're friends of ours. We have a common interest in burning down cities together. You are going to give us a tiny amount of gold or mana, and you're going to give us a tiny amount of gold. No, you can get actually a reasonable amount of gold depending on how quickly we can get into some fights. So yeah, that's probably okay. That's probably okay. Yep, they are up to 4 cities now. So yeah, we need to go on the offense after we take first landing, no doubt. Because that is like the break point where once they have 4 cities that are growing, then it becomes like really difficult for you to keep up, especially as we've only pillaged 1 city so far. Like, this one is going to take a while too. We're gonna need gold for that. We are gonna need gold for that. We're gonna need a lot of gold for that. What are we gonna do about that? What are we gonna do about that, Walker? I guess we're going to get a lot of gold, hopefully, from killing 2 heroes and then selling their remains. That's probably our best bet. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. So we'll drop off 1 War Shaman with this other hero stack here, so that way we're not, like, having too many War Shamans doing nothing. And I suppose we will take this fight with a Pathfinder? No. Get another Snow Spirit in here. At least that'll hold experience points well, and the cold damage could be potentially really rude against all these guys and their massive frost weakness. This is a crazy amount of frost weakness that we've seen out of the enemies here. Oh, and we have mana again because we cleared the bronze down there. Oh no! You giant jerk! You threw away the legendary War Shaman. I mean, we got enough gold back, and we did get Scald on the way that I feel it's probably okay, especially because we have another War Shaman here. So we do still have 3 War Shamans, but God, getting legendaries are great when you can get them into manual combats. We captured both of them. Why would you capture them? Why would you, like, you're on the battlefield, just kill them. Just kill them. So we can still kill them, but we have to build the Wizard Tower Foundation and the Prisoners cell in order to kill them. So we might actually end up releasing them back to First Landing so we can fight them a second time, because then we can get even more knowledge off of that. Because the more knowledge that we can get off of Shadow One as our pick, the better, because that is going to be necessary for us to fill in the blanks. We're missing a lot of resources from having, oh my god, only 1 city. They have an army here in Crystalios. They actually have an army there, because I can see that there's 1 stack here and then there's some other stuff underneath that. So we need to be respectful of the fact that they have a real army and make sure that we have at least some good units to push in their direction once we get down there. If we have 14 units and they have 18, but like half of our units are tier 3, then that's probably good enough. But if you have 12 units and most of them are tier 3 and they have 18 and half of them are tier 3, then you're not really at that big of an advantage. Does anybody here not need to go to the bathroom? Not me. I mean, like, you guys all come here. Yeah, you guys come here. You guys come here and ritual, and now we can go siege down stupid city. So we don't have any gold, which is going to be really annoying when it comes to sieging this thing down. But we can get some gold by doing some pillaging, and then we can go back and add some siege weapons for the final event here, fighting its First Landing, and that's going to have to be good enough, because I don't see a way for us to get any more gold before like right now, other than canceling the Wizard Tower, and that's just like not worth it. So yeah, we'll have to do two turns of siege with absolutely nothing, because I refuse to do this. But if you want to do it at home, you can click headlong assault and then just like lift it whenever you get to that point, and then you don't have to suffer the 2 damage, and you still get the extra siege speed. It's very cheesy though, and I don't like doing it, so we will avoid that personally. But if you do it, just don't tell your mom, and you'll probably be fine. So this Sunder is still working down there. I thought for sure it was dead, but I guess I'm glad that I was counting that chicken as dead before it hatched, because 75 gold is a lot for us until this raze comes through. No! Stop! You're killing me! I guess this is the Pioneer that just got too close, so I can't really be too upset. I was hoping we could just grab that Barrows, but, you know, if they have a big army here and only 20 wall strength, then that's not going to go too well for them. We will break through and cause them a lot of trouble, and especially with some Berserkers coming through. Next turn? I don't think they're going to have Ritual available by then, but we will have those Berserkers in this fight, no matter what. Yeah, we'll have the Berserkers in that fight. That should not be a problem. What guys wandering around in our backyard. I mean, yeah, that does make sense. You captured, oh no, all of these underground middle things here. I mean, that's a lot of troops that they have locally there, including their hero, their ruler. No, that's just a spellbreaker. So we could come back and clear those guys out. Let's see where they are. Let's see where they are once these walls have fallen. If we have to back up and go over there to fight them, then that's what we have to do. Reveler's Heart or Revels of Carnage. I think Revels of Carnage, at least because we're about to take that fight, is something that we can still get cast before the fight goes down. The Reveler's Heart is just like 250 casting points. We have 80. There's no way that'll happen before those walls fall. But here, I guess we could start pillaging another quarry. Yeah, I guess we could start pillaging another quarry. If we don't have to pillage any tiles on this city while we click raze, that's okay by me. And it looks like they're even doing us the favor of rebuilding that quarry so we can pillage it again. So not too shabby on that front. I guess, yeah, let's cast another Frost Arrows. And then I suppose we'll cast another couple of Snow Spirits just to like pad out that army, because we don't have gold, but we do have casting points and mana. And Snow Spirits are not bad. They're not bad. Bro, what are you doing? This is an invasion stack coming down to pillage an outpost? Why would you be so rude? Why would you be so rude? All right, life-stealing Blightbringer. Say that 5 times fast. It's impossible. But we will go ahead and take this outpost. We will capture it. And now keep going. And I'm going to check out actually what's in this desecrated temple, so that way we can like figure out if we're in a position to attack it or not. Delayed demonic summoning. Pico, you have had your breakfast. You are just being rude now. You're just being rude. Get out of here. We could do delayed demonic summoning, but in the event that we can get a fight where we don't have to spend 200 mana on it, I would love to keep that. So I'm just going to see who's under here. So we have a Shrine of Smiting and a Chaos Eater together. Oh man, and a Warlock and a Lightbringer. All right, yeah, so this, unless something goes really, really wrong, this should be a pretty easy fight for us to take. Maybe even now? Can we get enough units to get into this Desecrated Temple fight this turn? I mean, there's a Berserker. There's a Berserker. There's a Hero. There's a Snow Spirit. There's a War Shaman. Do we want a Snow Spirit against... I mean, yeah, probably, actually. And I guess, you know, this actually looks like it should be a fine army to take this group on, even without access to our ruler. I think this probably should be okay, even with the mana problems. Yeah, you know what? Let's see this fight. Let's see this fight. I think this will be fine. Because I think that what's going to happen here is the AI is going to have some serious problems with too many ranged pieces. Because that is what I see on that side. I see this, yes, is a melee mage, but I see a mage, I see a mage, I see a mage, I see a mage, and I see one squishy frontline unit. So I think as long as we can get a good engagement without them being able to blast us with everything initially, that we should be fine. 2x under defense weakened. That's not great, and they have an opportunity here to dominate, but I think unless the AI does some silly nonsense and does not attack the Blightbringer, which, to be fair, I have seen that happen, but unless it does that, I think we're going to be okay, because I think the Snow Spirit is probably going to help us take the Lightbringer out and then get the Berserker back. Oh, nope. The hero with a tier 4 gun did it all on its own. All right, great. Perfection. Chaotic Rebuke, yeah, that's fine. Frozen, excellent. Yep, there it goes. The front line for this army is gone, and they are down to three units remaining. All right, they killed the oh, and they insaned us. Berserker, don't kill your own friends. Good. Didn't kill their own friends. That's all. All that matters. All that matters. You know, AI, you could have attacked. You could have killed that thing with Brick the Herbalist actually, and then gotten a cool zombie. Although it turns out not to have mattered. This was indeed a fine fight, and wow, our Snow Spirit even just like took a hit from the Shrine of Smiting without it being a problem. But you know, that's sometimes just the way it goes here when you got a Zone of Control 3-action attack. Ugh. Oh, Shrine, you tried so hard, but you are a lot worse now in this new universe that you found yourself in. Yep, there's a blind. There is a blind. And there's Condemned. And there's a zombie. Perfect. There it is. Very smooth little fight. 173 knowledge isn't like a crazy amount of knowledge, but I really do not care about a dire penguin, and obviously like we're not getting gold. Pico, you need to stop being so rude, young man. You're just being a bully here. I mean, like, not a bully in the sense that you mean, but in the sense that you know that you're in the way. Get out of here. These animals are definitely something else. Yeah, all right, Sentinel it is, and we'll pick up Keen Edge as well on the way, and then bounce over to probably working on a couple of support abilities here. And now I think because we have a Rallying Blessing and we have a Mana Unchained, I feel pretty confident taking either Visions of Woe or Dark Ritual. Because we're doing Auto Resolve, we're going to take Visions of Woe, but I think that generally Dark Ritual is like slightly better, especially in the multiplayer universe. We're going to take another Berserker because we have a Scald. We are now going to take maybe an Armory or a Shrine of the War God. That is way too expensive. 450 production is something that we can afford if you've built your way up to it. But I guess we'll take the prison cells and then we'll release those guys and hopefully capture them again and then kill them again. Because I just want to get the knowledge from fighting them a second time. So yeah, we'll grant you freedom. I know it's an act of good, but like it's an act of good that will lead to their inevitable demise, because this is going to be one that's going to give us a lot of extra knowledge in a very short period of time. Very short period of time. All right, come down to us, oh great war shamans, and let us destroy the city of First Landing together. So we'll lift this siege. We'll reinitiate, and now let's figure out what siege projects we actually want in this fight. I think against Harrier, Mercenary, Overseer, Magelock, Arnil, I don't think we need to bring Disruption. I think we can probably just do Break Battle or Undermine the Walls. I think this is probably going to be good enough for us, and it'll shave a turn off. And I don't think we can get this down to 2 turns unless we do something silly like take Headlong Assault, and that's just not worth it. But undermining the walls when you've got like a bunch of ranged pieces on the other side is definitely worth thinking about. And here we're not just gonna think about it; we're gonna do it. People said it was impossible. They said that I was crazy, but we are gonna just do it. And we're going to take that Blizzard with us until we need it to come off the page. All right, Sunderer. I mean, if you just get to pillage that entire city while the patrol stack like stares menacingly at you, then I guess that's the life that you get to live. That should be a pretty fun one at the very least. But yeah, this army here, I guess we are going to need to come up with a solution for, other than just ignoring them, because they are starting to go in there. Headlong Assault gives you 20 physical damage on all of your units. There we could have done that with like a bunch of units that are going to be relatively durable without it being a big problem. But I think that we probably don't need to do that in a universe where the army that we have is so incredibly important. It's not huge, but all of those units are very, very strong in their current setup, and they're getting more experience points and growing and growing and growing. And I think we just want to keep them alive at this point now. And that means maybe building more draft. Maybe that means building more draft here, actually. Yeah, I think actually that means building more draft. So we could, of course, build an armory for 30 draft for 119 gold. Or we could build a Forest of Stakes for 7 draft. I don't think you only take damage, Jason, in the event that like you don't cancel it on the last turn and then switch it over to something else. But I don't like doing that because it does feel like cheating. At least to me, it feels like cheating. So we're not going to do it. But if you want to do it, then you can. Outpost produced. We actually have walls on one of our outposts, which thank goodness, because the other ones that we do not have walls on are very rapidly falling under blue control. I guess we'll take an armory because it is the fastest in terms of like draft production for us, and we'll just have to fill in with SPIs later. But if we'd taken great builders and had the economy to support some SPIs before then I think it would be really, really strong. It's just SPIs are not generally what you want to be doing with Chosen Destroyers. SPIs are pretty city oriented. If you only have one city, then being city oriented does not help you. I guess bring this stack down here in case they spawn something very randomly and try to attack, because I don't want you getting like randomly annihilated. That would be pretty bad. Yeah, this warrior can go down here and pillage. God, first landing is huge. Jesus Christ, look at this city. I guess we'll summon another snow spirit then. Can you get close enough to let that snow spirit do some pillaging on this direction? Yeah, sure looks like it. Okay. All right, snow spirits. You guys want to go burn down a city? Go burn down a city. Like this has been all you've been waiting for. Burning down cities. And I guess we'll take another. We'll take another. We got the mana here. I want to use the mana, and then I want to be dumbfounded later when I don't have any. It's a much more interesting spiral, I think. Oh shoot. All right, well we're gonna get that thing attached. And we get another quest. Good. We're gonna get this thing attached via Desecrated Temple, but we are gonna. Oh, how do we already have walls on this? Oh, it's because the AI built the walls for us. All right, good. We let them capture that on purpose so they would build walls. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I guess the champion warrior can just pillage this farm. Yeah, all right. Champion warrior can just pillage that farm. And then I suppose another snow spirit for that conduit for good measure. Yeah, there's the gold. Here's all the gold. Good eating. Good eating. And the Scald is even close enough that we can bring the Scald in on all this. Oh, fantastic. All right, good. Yeah, if we can get that Scald even just like up to medium, like elite rank, and just keeping it alive, we're gonna get great value out of it. The Song of Revelry losing out on the haste is very annoying and like a meaningful nerf to the tome, and I think a well-deserved nerf to the tome, but it is something that probably is not going to stop those Scalds from doing great work here. And I'm going to queue another Revels of Carnage so we can chuck that. And sure, we'll take more casting points, because casting points are going to be good. Here's where we need more Astral, Walker. Here's where we need more Astral. You need to probably think about that, because we are going to need that mana like nothing else. Maybe that's an opportunity to reset? Nah, I don't know about resetting Zerker. We'll see. But after we've taken first landing down, do you have, where's your magical resource? Where's your magical resource first landing? Did you not get one? Is it under the earth? I don't know where their magical resource is. So I guess we're not getting, oh, maybe it's this one. Is it the rainbow clover that you offered to us? Because it sure looks like it. All right, let's see if we can make a cooler spear. One that actually has the plus 50% retaliation damage, because that's available to us. Ooh, let's make a fork. Let's make a giant abidant. Spirit damage is not historically fantastic against lightning guys. I guess here I am going to take a frost damage weapon on our ruler, simply because I think we're going to see some lightning spirits on the other side, and that is a great opportunity for them. Why are we only getting Retaliator 20% here? I thought we had Retaliate. It's because of we lost the focus crystal. That's where the Retaliator 50% was coming from. Oh no, Walker. No, your fancy spear. You gotta go back to get your fancy spear going. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. I guess we are gonna have to probably just clear those guys out with units that we produce up here, and then just send everyone east, because it's turn 31. We need to get their cities down. We need to get them off this board. Now, yeah, we need to get them off this board. Grumble, grumble, now. Good lord. You really did get to pillage everything down there, didn't you? Alright, yeah, you really did get to pillage everything down there. Alright, well, Sunderer, I guess you did a great job. I thought you were gonna die, but given that you did not, go pillage something else until you die. That's your job. That you'll do a great job. We all know that you have the credentials. Pillage things until you die. Who are you sieging? Wait. Alright, okay, Anamru. Yeah, you made your point. We have to come deal with this side of the board, and then maybe this little city, Crystalios, will get sieged down by the gold golem. Oh my god. The derelict workshop is gonna go down to Crystalios all for us, and then if they tear down the walls and breach the city, I think we might be able to just pillage it with like burn it to the ground and raze it with like a scout. Oh my god, that would be fantastic. That would be so good. All right, let's kill this guy and then go back up that way. All right, who is in range for you? Oh yeah, you don't need to defend every piece of territory. Like, there's so much land in this game. Like, why do I care about some of it? Some of this I will have to come back for, because I do kind of want the cool spear because it's cool, but it's not necessary. It is definitely optional, and that is the way that Age of Wonders 4 goes sometimes. That you got something fun and something cool, and then somebody else comes along and takes it away from you. And then it's fine. It's just fine, because that's just the way it goes. All right, this is enough units to bring into this fight, and I think here, actually, you don't need the revelry, but I guess everybody else will get it. So we'll pull. Oh, why is this saying lift siege is gonna? Well, all right, no, we can't lift the siege. We can't lift the siege, Walker. You have to do it this way. You have to do it this way. We'll go here. We'll go with this full stack here. We'll go Revels of Carnage on you. And then I guess this is just gonna be good enough. We'll go with the main stack here and secondary stack there. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll attack in with our guy who's on a flying wyvern. Yeah, you look pretty well established. I don't think I'm gonna blizzard that. I think I want to save that blizzard for a fight against the AI at this point, because we don't have an infinite amount of mana income. We are gonna get a lot more after this fight, but like it's gonna take until the city burns down for our mana income to spike, and so missing out on a 80 turn, like 4 turns worth of mana to do a little bit of pre-damage to these guys, I don't think is worth it. I think you guys should be fine. You guys probably don't even need the mana turned on for spells. Yep, they were a-okay. They did it. Oh, it didn't even give us those stupid heroes didn't even come back to first landing before we got to pillage it. Good lord. So this is like a really inefficient interaction with those heroes. We could have killed them and gotten a couple hundred gold back. Well, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. if we can take that Crystalios without even having an army in the area and just use the gold golems to siege the walls down and then snipe it with like this flying wyvern guy, I'm here for it. I think that's absolutely a good opportunity for us to get a leg up, take 2 cities out in very, very short order. That is what I would like to do. That is what I would like to do. I guess I'll keep an eye on this then. Maybe the Snow Spirit is just gonna dive on the watchtower. Because if we see those walls come down, I do want to snipe them. Just to punish these guys for digging around in our backyard. How dare you? Just because I don't want to hear about like you don't have walls on those things. Like that's not a good enough excuse. Like I obviously showed that these were mine, and you ignored that, Blue. You ignored that. All right, a hero has leveled up. Oh, good. Yeah, we'll take Keen Edge, and I guess you get status resistance, +1 status resistance. So if you're taking, you can take Artificing. I think here, I don't think we need Artificing against Mystic in particular, because Mystic is going to be able to do lightning damage, and so that's going to be like a big problem for our guys. I think on this build, we have so much gold. What do we want as our second? Maybe we don't even care. Maybe we just like back up and take Tome of Alchemy as another one, because like I generally encourage people to not take too many like low tier tomes, but that's a good one, and we don't have a lot of mana here, so we are gonna have to force ourselves to take a White Witch. But fortunately, White Witch, because it came off of our first tome, the cost wasn't very high in terms of the research. The cost like stays the same off of based of where you're unlocking it. I wouldn't hate scrying or summoning, because we do kind of want more Astral, but I think actually if we want more Astral, then honestly let's just try Tome of the Famous here. Like I know we've already kind of shown the power of Tome of the Famous. We're not going to be able to abuse the magic in terms of the overworld effect, but getting +1 Astral is very important for us to get our mana online. And you can see that this is where Chosen Destroyers is already going to start having problems. We're way behind on research for this. This is our our 4th tome, and it's taking us 7 turns to research the Staves of Mist. We'll get a big influx of knowledge from this, and if we can take that, we'll get another big influx there too. But like there's just not a lot of cities for you to be able to pillage down super duper quickly, where it's pretty trivial to find like a random place to jam a city in the early game. Not too difficult from that side, but now we do have enough gold that we can start buying stuff out. So let's get that Berserker done and work on another one. We do not have enough mana to use any of those casting points, so those are all just gonna have to watch. But given that this armory should be buy rushable next turn if we really want it, and we're getting 150 gold there, so I suppose we do really want it. Yeah, I think we're gonna buy rush that armory next turn and just start really cranking out tier 3s. That should be enough. That should be enough. We should make a fancy helmet or something, because now we're still at the point where we have like plenty of binding essence, but we also are at the point where we have like not an infinite number of items on all of our units. Oh no! The gold golem was defeated? The gold golem was defeated. Alright, Mystics. Is this ritual open? If this ritual is open, then you have to tell me. If you're a cop, you have to tell me. That ritual is open. Okay, alright, so we'll take this as a ritual here. How close can you get? Not close enough to take it in one turn, unfortunately. But this is such a huge army, I don't want to just like leave it down there. And this is such a small army that I think the pieces that we're going to be able to buy rush out are probably going to do enough work on their own. And this is only 20 wall strength, Walker. Like you can't pass up that city. It's right there. You gonna, like, not burn a city down? You're chosen destroyers. Do you know what that means? Because, I kind of forgot. I think it means that we get resources for killing cities or something like that, but it's been a long day. It's been a long week and a half. It's been a long decade. I think this is fine. I think we burn this down, and then there's even an astral due there, so if we find a way to grab that with an outpost, bing bang boom. But if we don't, it's okay. We're getting a bazillion gold. So yeah, we're gonna finish that armory. I mean, we could build another school of... We could build scryomancy. We could build a scryomancy. We build a scryomancy, we get access to even faster research in the form of Scholars Guild, but only on one city. And I think we do need the mana, so I'm just going to go ahead and drop in a shrine. Because we need to cast spells. And that will be good. And... this will be good. Yeah, the border outposts are important for Hermit Kingdom, but I think broadly speaking, when it comes to those border things, they're not as useful as they were in the older build, because like you do have issues where you can't be next to your own stuff. So you need to be really, really careful about placement whenever it comes to Hermit Kingdoms. Wow, all of these cats are just like, I'm the most popular person in the world, or at least the only person at home, and therefore their only source of entertainment. Loki, you know that you have friends. You and Loki, you and Pico, you guys could you could go bother each other instead of coming here and trying to take over the stream. But that's not your vibe, is it? That's not your vibe. Oh no. Are they gonna be close enough to attack everybody? I don't think they're gonna be close enough to attack everybody. Get out of here. Oh, Loki, get off of this. All right. Loki has brought us into an auto-resolve scenario with one Sunderer against some guys. So I guess we'll see if this Sunderer can do some damage. He sat on our keyboard when that thing popped up. I don't know what the key control is for watch fight, but this is, I guess we'll see if we can do anything. Looks like a little bit of damage. And then get stunned and then killed. Yeah. So the tier 2 for Mystics, like we talked a lot about the problems with the Mystic roster, but their tier 2s I think are fantastic. The Spell Shield having the AOE stun is a very powerful tool, and then also the Mystic support unit itself is very, very powerful. Well, Blue, that is an insanely aggressive placement for you, buddy. I don't know what you think you're about to accomplish with this, but I'm afraid that our weapon, something about the Death Star, is fully operational. Blah, 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 Death Star, blah, 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 weapon, blah, 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 operational, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, this is an opportunity for us to just use Blizzard into some stuff that's weak to Frost, but even if they weren't weak to Frost, this reducing the stats resistance on the high tier units here on the enemy side is very, very important. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like that army should be gettable with these guys, right? Low risk battle. Yeah, I bet it is. Is there anyone else around who we want to get involved in that fight, or do we want to summon another Snow Spirit to potentially get a little bit of experience points on this? Probably not. I think if we're going to use any mana in this, it's probably going to be just as allow the AI to use spells in auto combat, which I think we are going to need to do, because this does look like the bulk of the Blues army here that we're encountering. So let's see if do we have anything else that we can chuck on our heroes before we take on that big fight. Wow, there's a lot of really crappy low tier items here that we need to chew out of the way so that way they're not clogging things up down there. But a Wand of Magic Missile isn't a bad thing, and against ooh, I was gonna say against the elemental damage coming off of them, I would just stick with the Fireproof Mantle. But Warming Plate gives us 5 extra hit points, and 5 extra hit points is pretty good. 6 fire resistance or Inspiring Killer. I think 6 fire resistance is fine. Yeah, okay. That's a reasonable place for you to be in. Ooh, and a padded mask. I don't hate that. I do not hate that. A zebra mount is cool, but not necessary. And you are our big time gun guy, so I don't know if I want to give you a spider bell. Yeah, that's gonna be that army there. Let's see how this does. Let's watch this. Let's watch this big battle, because this one, I think there's a lot of ways for this to go bad for us, but given that we have a pretty meaningful advantage on the front line in the form of already 2 berserkers down there and some more on the way, I imagine this is going to start going pretty badly for the mystics from here, because they look at their front line. Their front line is going to be arcane guards. And they do have double watchers. The fact that they have double watchers and it's a legend rank watcher there is pretty, and they're double legend ranks. Oh my god. Double legend rank watchers are pretty good at being able to pump some damage out, but I think we still have the tools necessary to win this, just in the form of our heroes. Hero scaling is very strong. Let's see if the auto-resolve agrees. Okay, so the auto-resolve, fortunately, is already showing us some problems. So, like, here, so that blink to attack, like, that is scary. That's a lot of damage on Rana. But now, like, the value we get for killing their ruler or their extra hero here is, like, through the roof. So, do we have anybody who can help threaten that? Kill Furiosa. I think we should probably be okay once we take that guy down, but at 10 physical defense, that is annoying. It's gonna toast our own Daylight Spear. No way around that. Daylight Spear, we carried you for so long, only for your friends to betray you at the last possible minute. Oh no, we even have a ranged attack, and instead of participating in trying to kill that hero, the ranged attack just went into like one of these low tier units over there. That's unfortunate. But, you know, if they get the full 3 turns of domination, that's not apocalyptically bad on a hero that's mostly defense. Rala at least has the shield and gilded and all that jazz. Yep, you're gonna slaughter your own friend. I can see it. Oh. No, what? It ran away and used a summon for one of its domination turns. I mean, that's annoying in the sense that it gives the summon to the enemy, like kind of like in perpetuity. It's not going to come back to us, I don't think, whenever the domination ends. But that's still like pretty good value for us in the universe where things were getting dumped on. Oh my god. Well, the berserkers are taking outrageous amounts of damage. Allied killed. Very, very scary early fight. But fortunately the steadfast hopefully can give us what we need. Yep, we get the flanked, we get killing momentum over there. That's good. Dude, you could have moved before using that killing momentum. I know you could have. That was definitely an option for you that you just opted not to use. But at least we got another zombie down. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna lose a lot of stuff in this, but we do have those extra berserkers coming out, so I think they are replaceable. Biggest miss for us there was our ruler just got dumpstered by this guy. Rana the Veil, how did you kill that guy so fast? We have defense 1 and vigor. Are we about to get obliterated by these guys? I don't think so. Like, that was a bad dominate, but I don't see how you can lose with a tier 4 gun. And yet I don't see how you can lose, and yet here we are, like, getting torn apart. So this is interesting. How did the auto-resolve lose this so badly? Because they had a really big advantage in terms of the military front line at first. I think that was, like, a really big dominate. What was the status resistance? 7. So the chance on that must have been, like, minuscule. Good lord. Well, you know, that's sometimes the way it goes with Chosen Destroyers. We did not get a fight early enough that I think we probably actually had a good shot. We probably should not have gone for that free city. Because now, holy crap, like, that dominate though. Yeah, I mean that's okay. But this is Chosen Destroyers, I suppose. But boy, good lord, like that was surprising. We got torn apart primarily, I think, by that big domination early. Dominate wands on heroes are a really big deal. Unfortunately, that is the way that it goes. But I don't see how that was the end of it. I think probably that was these legendary watchers who did a bunch of damage. I wish that this had access to like the Total War thing where they like show you what happened. We could try to manual this here, but now it's 2:30. Do you guys want to fix this and try to see what we can do in a retry? I mean, like, I would prefer to just get this game done, and given that we're now, like, it's turn 35 or whatever, and we're pretty far outside their range, I don't know if we can actually kill their capital here. But I feel very confident that we could win this fight without all of these losses here, because this is, like, a lot of frontline stuff against not a lot of frontline stuff on their side. What do you guys want to see? It's 2:30 now. I can probably play for like another hour, which is why I was hoping we were going to be able to auto-resolve that without it being an issue. Alternatively, if people have like questions or whatnot, then we could just... you know what? Let's retry this. We'll retry this, and then if it takes like an hour, then that's what it takes. I don't think it will. I don't think this will. I think this will be okay. I'm just kind of surprised that the auto resolve didn't make that, because like usually they do fine when they have access to like frontline stuff, and our frontline is a lot better than theirs. And it really did look like it came down to on this flank, this guy got dominated, and then on that flank, the barbarian, the berserkers just like got chewed through by the lightning elementals. I think they'll be okay. I think we'll do that, and then we'll probably call it a day after that, because I do have some stuff I need to get done for Eileen. I've been delaying everything in my real life long enough that my wife is asking very politely for me to get some things done for her, and I do not have the heart or the ability to say no. All right, yeah, let's go here and just use some buffs. That's like, I think probably all the AI was really missing, because it did not look like they were using their buffs as effectively as they needed to. And regeneration. Yeah, check the regeneration down, and then we'll get the damage next turn as we grab the engagement. And I don't think they even have like the tools. They have a fulmination, I suppose, so we do need to respect that and move. Yeah, we need to respect that and move, but only a little bit. Yeah, I mean, she's not like an inherently unreasonable person. I think the things that she has been asking me to do are very important and need to get done around here. And unfortunately, she has a real job and I don't, and so like the onus of housework is definitely on me. And so it means that like I have to do a lot of like housewifely duties that are probably not like particularly cool in toxic masculinity world, but I get to play video games all day, so I don't really care. Like, it's a good trade-off. Yeah, you can use Mana Unchained. Like, it means that we burn a turn on the buff, but like they just the AI needs to start doing those sorts of buffs earlier anyway, just to get the damage out, because it's pretty good. Like here, we're gonna have so many resisted on this. Like, I don't know how they were taking that much damage. They probably just didn't move their units together. The AI loves not doing that. Yeah, you go here, you go here, go here, you go here, and I guess this is an opportunity where we could have conjured first before the buffs, but this animal is 100% chaff. This is 100% chaff here. Yeah, Ascended Dragons are very cool. What option did you get on it, Desert? Did you take the Seer? I've heard interesting things about Seer on dragons, and I've heard interesting things about, who else? No, those guys just need to defend. He's your Dragon Master Dragon. Yep, there's some marked and some bolstered resistance removed. That's okay. Alright, so now it's just blinking and inflicting status vulnerability. I mean, I'm sure that they were just taking a bunch of damage from lack of resistance buffs, but like, this is such a big difference in terms of how much damage these guys are taking. Yeah. Alright. Alright, AI. Alright, AI. You do you. You do you, fam. Go in on that single berserker over there and tell us how you really feel. This is our damage buff. Alright, so you go here. Yeah, you go here. And you go... Should we use a... Oh man, should we use a Visions of Woe here, though? Yeah, I think we should... Well, no, but this is the gun guy. And the gun guy, if we can do Killing Momentum with, it's worth doing. So yeah, you go there. You go here. Go here. Oh, that's not enough movement points. So in order for the Berserker to participate in that attack, it needs to go this way. But that's okay, I'm willing to do that. And we'll go here. And this won't get the damage buff on the other support unit there, but the other support unit is not going to be nearly as impactful on the damage of this team as the Berserkers are. So do that. Yep, go get those guys down, and you could even do a freezing phase in here, honestly. Hello, Loki. How are you? Frost weakness. That's okay. That's okay. So we're not going to get good ranged attacks against the lightning elemental, just because lightning elementals have insanely high accuracy penalties because of their magical super shield. But I think this is okay here. If we get the poisoned, great. And we have an ice coffin. So what can we do with that ice coffin? Can we take you out? Not easily from that direction. I guess we could taunt that extra hero. That wouldn't be too bad, actually. That would be great. And the taunt is at 2 range, so we can do it from actually in the bushes. Oh man, but I really want to do it from in the bushes from like back there. That would be way better. Because you want to do it, if your opponent has a ranged attack, then you kind of want to do it from like adjacent to them if you can. All right, let's see if we can get the extra movement points with sprint. Yes, we can. So we're going to sprint behind, and then we're going to go ahead and see what our provoke chance is. It's 39. So is there anything that we can do to reduce their status resistance here? That's no status resistance. That is no status resistance. So it looks like the answer to that question is no. And that is not going to be high enough to kill you. Oh, but that is a lot more accuracy than I thought we were going to have. How is your accuracy that high? Oh, plus 20% from large target, because they made the big elementals are large targets now. That is important to know, actually. Is it too late to fortune here? I guess it doesn't matter if we fortune here because you're already fortuned, right? Yeah, you're at fortune 2. That's good enough. So yeah, let's ice coffin one of the tier 3 legendaries. That's probably important. And take you down. And can you 10%? That is just nonsense. Yeah, teleport in here. Slowed, frozen. All right, so they froze both of the things with the anti-large. The arcane guards are frozen this turn against the snow spirit. That's great. Can we kill this now? I think we might be able to kill this now. So now it's at 18, and now you are at 80% to hit from there, and everywhere else is at 40. So yeah, well, let's take it. Boom, perfection. All right, and now we get to do another Fire Mage Lock. I suppose it'll be against this Arcane Guard here, because we do want to start reducing their total number of models. Arcane Guards, when you have like a bunch of large stuff, or really like any large stuff, can do a lot of damage. And I think we're just going to use this warrior here to defend. Adding shield wall is always good. Always good. Okay, how do we deal with that stupid hero? How do we deal with the stupid hero with the magical ability to mind control people? You know, maybe we just deal with it by gilding them and then just tearing them apart with spears and stuff? Yeah, alright. Cavalry Slayer, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then you got maybe a Provoke here? Nope, not a Provoke. So Arcane Guards are part of the strength as well as weakness for Mystics in their early game. Like, they have fantastic damage output for tier 1 units, for tier 1 like melee units. The damage output, given that they have the Sundered Resistance and the Attunement Star Blades, I think these are probably higher damage output than Warriors even. But the issue is that they are only damage output, and yeah, like, as Mystics, you kind of do need some ranged pieces. Need some melee stuff going on to keep everybody else alive, and the tools to do that on the Mystic side are pretty lacking. Yeah, I like how on earth did the AI die so badly? This is not a particularly complicated fight here. What did they do? I mean, I guess the AI is gonna AI, but like I honestly have absolutely no idea how they got so badly mauled there. Which is, like, that's a problem. Sometimes you want to know what the hell went wrong, and I cannot for the life of me figure that out. Yeah, Tome of Rock actually is pretty good on Mystic, because it solves the production problem that Mystic Mystic suffers from. It solves a little bit of durability. The biggest problem I can say about that is that you're talking about, like, making something that is bad be marginally less bad, and that's kind of a big deal when it comes to Age of Wonders 4. Like, if you're specializing in things that are mediocre, you're gonna get mediocre results most of the time, and so like rock and Mystic together work pretty well, but that's still papering over the problems that your damage output and survivability is gonna be pretty low on either side. You can do something with this guy, right? No, this guy doesn't even have sprint, so this guy is just going to use a quick stab. Yep. Giant Slayer. Yep. They're not going to be in a good spot next turn, I think. Yeah. Wow. Well, you know, life is a mystery sometimes, and occasionally... Yeah, the Stone Spirits... Well, the thing is that you use the Stone Spirits as a stopgap until you get to Tier 2, but Stone Spirits actually do evolve relatively well if you can keep them alive. They can do a lot of work for you. It's highly questionable as to whether or not you should do a lot of them, because they do die pretty badly once you get to, like, anyone who does spirit damage. But if you're not encountering people who do spirit damage, then those are pretty good units. 16% blind, 30% blind, and that's one hit. 30% blind for one hit, or just go kill this hero. Yeah, just go kill the hero. Curiosa the Swift. I guess this guy stand here? 90% accurate? Yeah, that's close enough. We want to start pushing the remaining pieces that we have here to the east to support their friends, and this is just giving us the best shot on those Phantasm Warriors. Anything we can do to reduce their model count will be helpful, and I think we can get that down to 1? Well, do we need to get it down to 0? How much damage are they doing here? They are doing a lot. They are doing a lot in that attack. So if we're gonna not do that, then we need to come up with a different solution for this Watcher. If we just freeze it again, that is another solution. Yep, there it is. Freeze it again. I think they need to also fix the double stun bug when it comes to Age of Wonders 4. Like, I don't know exactly how to resolve that, considering that I still don't know how to, like, reliably replicate it. But it is an issue. Yeah, if you're playing with Mystics, once you get up to the tier 2s is where your units really start popping off, because the tier 2 Mystics are actually very, very solid. You just need to get there is the issue. Are you dead to this gun? You're not dead to that gun. But you are dead to that gun if we can do any extra damage from something else here. You're only at strength in 3 as well, so like there's opportunities for you to become even more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Can you stun anybody cool? You could stun... Okay, so we could go in here, we could stun their Hermit Crab. The Scrap Hermit is not very good at doing damage, and so it's not a particularly high important thing for me. So I think I'm probably going to go Shield Bash these guys instead. But we do need to do something about this Watcher. Uh-oh. It's like morale might be the thing that we do about that Watcher, actually. So how close are you to being dead with this gun? You're at 24-16, so we need 16 extra damage. That's 7 and 6. So nope, not going to be coming from one of our supporty boys. But our this Berserker back here has like absolutely nowhere to go other than straight into that Arcane Guard, and that's pretty good value. That is pretty good value. Boom. Yeah, that guy's gone, and now I guess we'll just keep working on the Watcher out here. Unfortunate that we had to move into melee range like that, but you know, sometimes that's what you gotta do. Gotta move through the lightning, live in the lightning. Decaying is fine. Yeah, given that all those guys got chonked over there, I think I'm gonna go ahead and see what we get on a stun here. 90%. We'll take a bunch of lightning damage and distracted, but they've got no tools left. AI, honestly, auto-resolve. What? How did you die? I'm genuinely confused, because like usually barbarians have great auto-resolves. It might be because of our disadvantage, but I've played with them on disadvantage and they've usually not exploded like that. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that fight and see where did they really die? What really went wrong? Who really killed the Aztecs? It was ancient aliens. It's always ancient aliens. Yeah, it's always ancient aliens. That's the real secret of the Abyss. And I guess we'll just deal damage to their support units there. Getting some damage on them is really important. I've liked Rock for some things. Like, yeah, Dark I think typically does a better job of utilizing it than some of the other factions do. Simply because you do need those defensive tools. Yeah, just go take out those guys. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Shoot. I probably could have killed that if I had done a little bit of extra damage to you instead of attacking you with those guys. Yeah, that's okay. If we don't get a zombie on every single attack with that hero, I don't think it's gonna matter. This is, I think, gonna be a good example of like when manual combat can dramatically change things. But I still don't know why. Like, maybe I'll preserve this save file and then watch an autosave like a lot more closely and see where they went wrong. Because it could have been that they just like, you know, they dominated this hero and then rolled up that flank, but like they didn't actually do that. They rolled up this flank first, and then they rolled up this one after the hero assassinated our ruler, which that was a problem. You know, going from 3 heroes down to 1 hero is a very, very, very big drop, and so that it might just be explained by that alone. But like, this hero hasn't been adding too much, and this hero has mostly been adding value by just killing the enemy hero, so like, not sure about that either. Very strange, very strange. Well, whatever. Get these Phantasm warriors off the board. They're done. Go home. What is your accuracy from here? It is 100. It is 100, even against the large... Alright, good deal. No questions asked. No complaints from me. Slowed resisted. You will hear complaints from my lawyer about that. That is unacceptable. But I don't think that there's enough damage coming off of that Arcanist that I actually care to put any more resources there. And so here I am going to just dive on this guy, see if we can get some Condemned going. Yes, excellent. So with Condemned going, it is even more vulnerable to things like Gelding. And Frozen. Oh, you don't have a Frozen here? Oh, but you have a Frozen here. Yep. Cryomancy is pretty good. We can't use it against this guy because he's burning, but we can use it against you. Oh, condemned fool. Fool of a took. I guess. Yeah, that looks like an okay charge. That looks okay. Flanked is a lot of extra damage, even if we don't get the charge bonus. And you at 30% to freeze. No, you're not 30% to freeze. You're a lot higher than that. Oh, but you're not going to get a higher accuracy than that against those stupid soothers over there, and they're burning, so the fire doesn't, or the frozen doesn't really matter that much anyway. I guess, can we freeze the scrap hermits? No, you just don't have accuracy on anything. Are you blind? Snow Spirit, did you get blind? No? All right. Okay. That's if you say so. If you say so. Rally and regeneration. All right, let's get some rally and regeneration in here. You go here, and you grab 1, 2. This can't be inside zone of control, right? Yeah, it cannot be inside zone of control, so we have to kill that guy before we can actually use that space to buff. And we don't have the accuracy. All right. We're not gonna get the full rally off. That's unfortunate, but it is understandable. I guess we'll go finish off that Arcanist while we can. That guy's so fast, it doesn't really cost us anything to move the Snow Spirit down that way. Where are you supposed to go? I guess you go here. No. Blocked immune to poison. Not worth it. Poisoned, that's a little bit of extra dots. Yeah, all right. We're not gonna be able to use that spot to buff from, unfortunately. So that means that this guy's just not gonna get the strengthened effect here. Can we kill this Watcher this turn instead? Can we just do that? Because if we just kill the Watcher, then like the buff doesn't really matter. You are inside zone of control from there, but not from here. And this does have a 66% insane. Missed! Ah! Missed. No charge bonus either on that damage out of those berserkers. So sad. So sad. That's okay. 9, 16, 9. All right, that's pretty good. And here, burning removed is annoying, but I don't think there's anything we can do about that. Hey, critical hit. Good. Good. And that guy's even running now, so we could just dive on this this soother without cost. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess then we won that. We sort of won that fight. We manualed that fight, which is sort of like winning a fight, sort of. But I think I am gonna have to call it here. Probably. It's 252. It's 252, Walker. Like, there's probably time to get this thing done. If you just get to their goddamn capital. I just don't know where their capital is. You know what? I'm gonna say we're gonna call it there. I think this was fun as a good experiment with Chosen Destroyers. I do think that probably if you're gonna go for it on something like this, that do not go. You probably did have time to go for this first landing if we went for it like very, very early, but because it had size 40 walls, we probably should have just like audibled into going for Crystalios as soon as we noticed that this city was here, because burning down enemy cities is generally better than burning down free cities, even if you have that opportunity. I'm not actually sure who would win it from this scenario, given that the AI did fumble that auto resolve very badly. So I'm not 100% sure what the problem there was with those tools, other than their failure on that distracted. But for now, we're gonna do Saturday and Sunday. We're gonna do some more multiplayer. I think Saturday we're gonna do skirmishes for the immediate future, and then Sunday we're gonna get back on doing some sort of multiplayer with a larger group. We will find that out. But yeah, Dark is just like, it's a complicated faction that unfortunately does not have like fantastic tools. But it's got at least cool theming, and then it does have some strengths with like access to the a knowledge scaling economy. Even if it isn't like the best knowledge scaling economy in the universe, it's still pretty good.